All right, good evening. Hey there, Tavio. Fine indeed. Nothing bad will happen today, right? Yeah. Nothing bad ever happens to the Ushiromias. Yes. Oh, okay. There I am. I was like, where am I? I was in the void. Okay. Team capture. And there we go. Sound is working today. Lovely thing. Hey there, County Elias. New ID stats released as well as changes to hard mode. We're starting out with less cost. Yay! Yeah, I can already say if they don't add a skip button, I'm going to do it like once and never again. And that makes me very sad because I want the rewards. I'm not gonna no life that, but oh, there we go, full screen. Less cost, but 0 and double zeros free. Yeah. I really wish they would just like make you get through it once and then give you a skip button. Like, and then anybody who wants to play more can just play more themselves, and if you don't want to do it and you just want the rewards, you can just go skip and everybody's happy. I mean, it's not like there's any multiplayer component to this. They don't need people sinking tons of hours in. I mean, it's a story-driven game. Yeah, it's grumpy old man me. Darn kids. Yeah. What do I think of the new IDs? It annoys me that Marisol is not blunt damage all. I mean, I guess he does have that arm thing, slash, but I forget, is N Corporation Marisol? He's not all smash as well, right? So, does it say? Yeah, he's Pierce, Blunt, and Pierce. And then this one is Blunt, Slash, Slash. I mean, we do have a lot of blunters, that's true. I mean, well, at least we have a few. But then Rodian gets all blunt, if I remember correctly. It's all 3 blunt. And it just annoys me. It feels like Marisol is the best person to be totally all blunt. And yet he only has 1 blunt on both of his 00 identities that we've gotten. Well, after the initial one. I don't have W Corp Marisol. That is the only starter character that I don't have yet. I don't know how much blunt he does. Brody looks interesting. I honestly didn't look much at Rhodey. I think she has... Does she have... The 1, 2, 3 or 2, 3, 4 coins? Oh, she uses poise? Okay. I feel like we need more people that use poise. Because... Like, one of the rodeo uses poise. Here's another one then. Does Blade Lineage Song use poise? Poise? Uses poise count, not normal poise. All time, but sad that Rodeo doesn't have tremor like Sinclair does. Yeah, we already have Rose Spanner that does tremor. He's very good at it too. There's a lot of tremor. But yeah, so I think Isang and Rhodia are the only identities that I can think of that use poise or poise count. Well, yeah, Rhodia uses both poise and poise count, depending on which identity you use. Poise is really good. It's crit. I like crit. There's a couple? Oh. I guess they're 00 identities. See. The Mirror Dungeon 2 with poise a while back. Oh yeah, there's... I like the thing that gives you 4 poise and poise count. The inhaler or whatever that's called. That's nice. Free real estate. Yeesh, man. Blade Lineage Otis. Air Assault being a speedster is a surprise. Yeah. I mean, rhinos can run pretty fast. It sort of makes sense, I guess. I'm still annoyed that there's no... or there's not more than one blunt. He needs more blunt. At most, I feel like it should be... Oh yeah, Slash? Slash would be weird as well. Well... That's if you're thinking a rhino. An actual rhino. A normal rhino would pierce, it wouldn't really slash you. But yeah. This is the rhino core. No. They can slash. They have an energy sword. Generally mean. Yeah, I just wish there was a better blunt Maresalt. Like I said, N Corporation Maresalt only has one blunt, and this Maresalt only has one blunt. Force Pierce. Maybe. I don't know. I feel like we do have quite a bit of Pierce, so... I don't know. I feel like I've actually seen more Pierce than Slash. Again, I mainly use only 000 identities. A lot of Pierce and Blunt support with N-Corpers or Slash. Still use N-Corp people. Aside from Sinclair. Yeah, I use Faust a lot because Faust. And then yeah, Sinclair's mostly blunt. He all blunt? I think he is. Not sure. Rhino Gregor. If you ever get him, we use the hammer. That? I don't know. Huh. How would Rhino Gregor work with that arm? That's the question. Interesting design. Oh, the arm is the hammer? Okay. can sort of see it. Yeah. Hmm. Yeah. Going back to the Mirror Dungeon, I like. I gotta say, I really like what they did with the Mirror Dungeons. Well, with the ego gifts, giving you more ways to use different things. I feel like there's more stuff that gives you access to uh, toys and maybe bleed and burn, all those kinds of fun things. Like, even if you don't have it, I know it's had the rupture ego gifts for a while. You can just do rupture if you do enough damage or something. Yeah, it's feeling a lot more like a roguelike now. All kinds of stuff you don't already have. Instead of just building it on what you already have. Neat. But still not my cup of tea. That's why you've been finding it so fun. Yeah, definitely. Whenever you make a roguelike or roguelite, um, always give lots of options and ways to build on those options. I mean, that's pretty much the basis of rogues. I feel like some games that don't do that just miss the mark. You need a lot of customization. You got to pull the player in with all kinds of play styles, make them viable, make them fun. It's hard to do, but if you do it right, get a really good thing going. Yeah, it's just the simplicity of combat just does not really, well, and I don't know, like the simplicity of combat is okay, uh, but just maybe being forced to do it every week really kills my enthusiasm. I mean, you're not forced to do it every week, but you want the rewards, and therefore keeping up with currencies and everything, you got to do it. There's a similar roguelite thing, or roguelite thing in Guardian Tales, Amazon, that I haven't done for ages, even though I really should have, because I'm missing out on rewards. But just being forced to do it every week, yeah. Roguelite mode on Honkai Star Rail is also like rebuild can possibly get incredibly OP. Yeah. Yeah, gacha games do be like that. But let's see. A Honkai Star Rail, does that have some kind of multiplayer component? I feel like it should. I mean, I know Genshin does, and Honkai Impact does. But and Guardian Tales has co-op and PvP and general chat and everything. But Lim's company does not have a general chat. It doesn't have any kind of multiplayer. It's not like it needs the player to stay occupied with it. Like, I don't know. So that's why I feel like a skip button wouldn't really hurt them. I mean, I know other gotchas wouldn't really want you to skip because, like, they want you playing their game, so you can interact with people and keep people interested and all that, but I don't know. It just doesn't feel as big important in Limbus. So please, devs, add a skip button. I beg you. Can at most use a support unit from someone in Honkai Star Rail, but not on all content. Oh, okay. Interesting. I thought they'd have some component of multiplayer. I mean, that's sort of. You just want the difficulty spike, the vertical difficulty spike. Oh boy. Well, and that's... I don't know. I mean, I guess they're doing some difficult content. Some pretty difficult content, like with the railways. And now with hard mode, or the roguelike mode, roguelite. It's now a roguelite. It's no longer just a roguelike because it has permanent progression. Yeah, so they are doing some more difficult stuff, but if you get too difficult, it's going to drive away the more casual people and the people that are, like, haven't been brought up with lobotomy and library. So, I mean, that could be fine. I'm just saying. Not to skip anytime soon. Well, they did add a skip to Luxcavations, so maybe opium. The coin flip thing on the left of the tree is amazing. Yeah, I've been working on the offense level tree. I feel like that would make it a lot easier to win some clashes. And then I guess eventually getting there. I need one more run on the normal to get the offense level +2. Uptide 4 should be coming either next week or the week after with 4.5. Nice. I gotta save up some thread. Oh boy. Seems you actually get the best possible coins on all centers every 3 turns. Oh, that's right, yeah, I saw something about that. I guess the wording was a little strange or something. I think I saw something about somebody tried like 10 times and either he was really lucky or it's the best possible combination every 3 turns. Yeah. Good stuff. Okay. Well, let's get into Umineko here. Let's see, last time... pain, just lots and lots of pain. Child Protective Services are not doing their job. Because somehow Maria is still with her mother. The entire shopping district is best parent for Maria. Let's see. Right, where we are currently, Ange is on their way to an island or something. Next clue. Rosa doesn't. Oh, Rosa. Rosa is literally saying meetings will continue until morale improves. She is the embodiment of that saying.
だとしたらマリア卿もやはり人生の旅は終わってないわけね。
Oh, right. We got partway into this scene, but then realized it was going to keep going on longer. Journey through life. Yeah, she was talking about her, and just thinking about how she denied Maria and maybe she shouldn't have. Oh, they were talking about how you don't need to prove yourself to others. You need to prove, or something like that. Or the journey through life was like finding the person who you want to prove yourself to, or something like that. Finding out that you don't need to prove yourself to others, something along those lines. Do that again. I don't know why I trust you. You betrayed me too much, Otavio. I kid. It's all good. It's all good. And if I really didn't want to keep going, I wouldn't. Let's see. Okay.
自分に納得できてるなら、園児様に否定されたくらいでへこむ必要なんてないわけだし。
That's true. Then Lady Maria's journey through life wasn't over after all. If she'd been able to accept herself, then there'd be no need to collapse just because you denied her, Ange-sama.
お姉ちゃんは幼かった。天草みたいな達観にはまだ至ってなかったのよ。はあ、だからこそわかるわ。マリアージュ・ソルシエルという魔女同盟がなぜ必要なのか。
One-chan was young. She still hadn't reached a philosophical viewpoint like Amakusa. Yeah, now I understand. That's why the Witches' Alliance called Mariage Sorcière was necessary. An alliance where each acknowledges that the other is a witch.
そうよ。それが確かマリアージュ・ソルシエルの取り決めの第一条だった気がする。同盟の魔女は互いを魔女と認め尊敬し合うことって、それこそが魔女同盟の一番の、そして唯一の意味なのよ。
That's right. I'm pretty sure that was the first article in the agreement of Mariage Sorcière. Witches of the Alliance would acknowledge each other and respect each other. That's the deepest and only meaning of the Witches' Alliance. Maria Onechan wanted to share magic with me. The secret laws to make the world happy, called magic. But I was young, and she was too. I hurt her with innocent cruelty.
私はあの日に言ったわ、暴言を。あなたたちや作太郎に存在するわけがないって。
On that day, I said cruel things. To you all in Sakutaro. I said there was no way you exist.
失礼しちゃうわ。私たちが存在するって自らを認めてる。魂が寝ぼけてる人間どもとはわけが違うのよ。我を思うゆえに我あり。魔法を認めようと否定しようと、私たち煉獄の七姉妹という魔法が存在することはゆえに事実。園児様の言葉を借りるなら、私たちが自らをそう認めている限り。
How rude. We acknowledge that we exist ourselves. We're not like humans with their souls half asleep. I think, therefore I am. Whether you acknowledge or deny magic, the existence of the magic called the Seven Stakes of Purgatory is a fact. As long as we acknowledge it ourselves, to borrow your words. Uh-huh.
それを他者である私が否定するのはまさに暴力だわ。それはきっと実の母にお前なんか生まれてこなければよかったと、いいえ消えてしまえと怒鳴りつけられるくらいにね。
It truly would be violence for another person like me to deny it. I'm sure that'd be like having your true mother yell, "I wish you had never been born." No, disappear. Even after being slammed by all those words, Maria Onechan's magic made her believe in her mother's love. Sakutaro, her magic friend, always encouraged her. He kept saying that her mother loved her, that she was coming home late because of her work, and that she would definitely bring back a present. And now he's dead. Even after Maria learned that her mother's work wasn't really the cause, magic allowed her to continue believing. By believing that her mother loved her, by acknowledging herself, she filled her world with love and peace and serenity, establishing it completely.
12年前に何があったのか、私の家族がどうなったのか、それを探る旅じゃなかったのよ、これは。
What happened 12 years ago? What happened to my family? This was never a journey to search for that.
ならこの旅は何なの？
Then what kind of journey is this?
マリアお姉ちゃんにあの日のことを謝る旅だったのよ。
It was a journey to apologize to Maria Onechan for what happened that day.
どうしてかわからないけど、そう思うの。あの日、彼女を傷つけなければ、12年前の事件は起こらなかったんじゃないかって、そう思うの。
I don't know why, but that's what I think. If I hadn't hurt her, the incident from 12 years ago might not have occurred. That's what I think. I have no basis for it. I don't have a clue how hurting Onechan could be connected with that mysterious incident several years later. But for some reason, I can't imagine that there's no connection. A witch caused that incident, and the culprit is the Golden Witch, Beatrice. And Beatrice was part of the Mariage Sorcière, Alliance of Witches. I horribly hurt the other witch of that alliance. I hurt her with the thought that magic doesn't exist. So several years later, a crime caused by a witch occurred. A 2-day period that couldn't be explained with anything but magic was thrust in my face, thanks to the message bottle.
きっと私は無関係じゃないのよ。わからない。偶然かもしれないし、運命かもしれない。なぜかこの旅で私はそう思うようになったわ。
There's no way I wasn't involved somehow. I don't get it. It could be coincidence, or it could be fate. For some reason, I've started thinking like that on this journey.
根拠は？
And what's your basis for it?
ないわ。勝手にそう思ってるだけ。
I have none. I just think it's true.
日本人って面白いわね。被害者であっても自分に非があったように感じて勝手に謝り出す。家族を奪ったベアトリーチ様憎しって言うなら理解も、勝手に非を感じて謝りたくなってくるなんて本当に変わってるわ。
The Japanese sure are interesting. Even when they're the victim, they feel as though they did something wrong and apologize for no reason. I could understand if you said, I hate Beatrice for stealing my family, or something. But you really are weird, feeling guilty for no reason and apologizing.
もちろんベアトリーチェは憎いわよ。その気持ちがなければこの旅は続かないわ。でも旅にもう一つ目的を見出してもいい。12年前の魔女に復讐する旅にさらに昔の罪を謝罪する目的を加えたっていいんだわ。六軒島に行ってあの日の暴言を詫び花を手向けることくらいはできる。
Of course I hate Beatrice. I couldn't continue this journey without that feeling. But it's okay to choose yet another purpose for this journey. There's nothing wrong with adding on a goal of apologizing for past sins, in addition to getting revenge on a witch for what happened 12 years ago. I can at least go to Rakanjima, apologize for my reckless remarks, and offer flowers.
いえ、花よりもっといいものがあるわ。そしてその方がお姉ちゃんにはふさわしいと思う。
No, there's something better than flowers, and I think that would be more fitting for One-chan. I stood up, not minding that the sea breeze scattered my hair, and concentrated my mind. I lifted my palm up to the height of my head, and imagined a vast space.
エンジュ様？
I'm vibrating.
静かに。さあさあ、おいでなさ。我こそは魔女見習い、エンジェ・ベアトリーチェ。破門にされてはしまったけれど、かつて同じ同盟に所属し、私と遊んでくれた懐かしき家具よ。我が呼びかけに応じよ。
Be quiet. Come, arise. I am the witch apprentice, Ange Beatrice. I was excommunicated, but I was once a member of the same alliance, and you are the dearly missed furniture who played with me. Answer to my call. It was hard to tell in the middle of the day, but a faint blue light gathered around the palm of my hand. Then, Sakotaro's form was revived. It truly did bring back memories, that figure. His cute ears, his bright red muffler, came off easily, so One-chan faithfully rewrapped it all the time, didn't she?
サクトロ、わかる？私たちがわかる？
Sakataro, do you recognize us? Do you know who we are?
Taro. Maria One-chan's precious friend. Very simple, warm, and kind. Tends to say Uryu? Didn't Maria One-chan also have a habit of saying this long ago? Okay, is that the only different thing? I guess that's the only different thing here. And I gotta say that this chapter is, or this episode is really slow. Nobody has died yet on Rockinjima. Did we even get to the part? I forget. In the very beginning of episode 4, weren't they like already arguing? And then we went for Mr. Bones' wild ride of backstory. One scene, maybe two. Oh boy. You know, I saw something that, like, it was a comment on YouTube videos, I think for one of the music pieces here, said about people don't like episode 4. And I could really see that. Like, it's just a whole lot of backstory, and it feels really slow and sad. It's definitely, well, I don't know definitely, but it's probably my least favorite of all 4 episodes so far. I just sort of want to get through it so we can get to the answers arcs. I don't know, maybe it'll pick up. I hope it picks up.
おりょおりょマモンエンジェ
With a sleepy face, as though waking up from a long slumber, Takataro looked all around him as he spoke.
Adults discussing kids being dead, and then the crazy kids right after. Yeah. Right, I think on the island didn't get to supper time yet. Maybe. Or did we? I don't think we did. No, I think like they were discussing having Kinzo come down for supper or something. I don't think that happened yet. Feels like forever ago.
Disappointed!
Hey there, Jeremy. Just Ange backstory and Maria backstory. Yeah. Mr. Bones' wild ride. And future Ange stuff. Yeah. Well, there wasn't even a whole lot of future Ange stuff. I guess there was just sort of that one scene about or maybe 2, or like 1.5 scenes. He went up and left the table, get some fresh air or something at a pretty important part at that. And then later when Lambda Delta was telling her about, you aren't actually going to get anything out of this, maybe a different version of you will get something out of it. Then tempting future Ange with not ending the game. Keep it going for eternity. A couple seasons of on scene. Well, I mean, that counts as backstory too. Well, it hasn't been entirely backstory. I'm not sure what deal is with. Let's see, if going by my theory that nothing on Rockinjima is real and it's all in Ange's head, like maybe some evidence to support certain things, the battle with the witch could be a reflection of Ange's journey here. Wondering if it's actually that important to find the truth. The last of the questions arc? Yeah. I don't know. I get the feeling that this entire episode could be sort of a debate. Sort of had how we had Beatrice in episode 3 pretend to be a good person. Like, I don't know. It seems very likely that this is all, or well, most of the stuff is imagination. But at the same time, like, what if the author wants you to think that? The mind games are real.
お久しぶりね、作太郎。あなたを私の力で呼び出すのはきっとこれが初めてだわ。そして今や私にしか呼び出せない。
It's been a long time, Sakutaro. I'm pretty sure this is the first time I've summoned you with my own power. And now, I'm the only one who can summon you.
What happened to Maria? Maria was with her, well, I assume Imagination Maria, but still, does she not acknowledge Maria's existence after the part motel or hotel, whatever? Because that was while they were on the run here in the future times. Understandable. Have a nice day.
Those words might have been a bit cruel. Sakutaro's face clouded over.
かつての私はあなたを否定した。その私があなたを呼び出したということは、あなたの存在を私が認めたということ。
In the past, I denied you. Now that I've summoned you, it means I've accepted your existence.
いいの？僕はエンジの世界に呼び出されてもいいの？
Are you sure? Is it really alright for me to be summoned into Ange's world? His eyes were a bit frightened. It was only natural. I, who had played with him like a friend before, had suddenly denied him and tried to burn him with the magic-resisting toxin. It was only natural that he was scared.
謝るわ。あの日のこと。マモンにも。そしてみんなにも。
I apologize for that day. To you too, Mammon. And to the rest of you.
At some point, the rest of the seven sisters had gathered on the deck. No, they're always there. Always by my side. As long as I acknowledge that it's okay for them to be there, they'll always appear.
あなたたちは確かに存在するわ。ルシファーも、レビアタンも、サタンも、ベルフェゴールも、マモンも、ベルゼブブも、アスモデウスも、そしてサク太郎も。
You certainly do exist. Lucifer, Leviathan, and Satan, and Belphegor, and Mammon, and Beelzebub, Asmodeus, and Sakutaro too.
よろしいのですか？エンジェ様はベアトリーチェ様に挑もうというお方。魔女を否定される立場にあられるお方が我らを認めてもよろしいのですか？
Are you sure? You're one challenging Beatrice-sama and Sama? Is it okay for one to be in a position of denying witches to acknowledge us?
私の世界にとって魔法が存在するかどうかは悪いけど保留させてもらうわ。私自身が魔法の存在を認めたわけじゃない。
As to whether magic exists or not in my world, sorry, but let me put that on hold. It's not like I myself acknowledged the existence of magic.
なのに我らを認めるという矛盾は
どういうことです？
But then, doesn't that contradict the fact that you're acknowledging us? Finally, Battler has met a worthy opponent in mental gymnastics.
魔法は信じる人には存在するってことよ。私が信じなくても誰かが信じたならその人の世界には魔法が存在するわ。
It's because magic exists for people who believe. Even if I don't. If someone believes, then magic will exist in the human world.
それは私が魔法を信じたって信じなくたって何の干渉も受けない。いいえ、受けてはいけないのよ。その誰かは胸を張って自らの魔法を信じればいいのよ。そして私はそれを認める。だからあなたたちが存在しても全然おかしくはないのよ。
The fact won't change in the slightest whether I believe in magic or not. No, it mustn't change. That person just had to hold their head up high and believe in their own magic. I acknowledge that. So it wouldn't be strange at all for all of you to exist.
なかなかの詭弁ですが、面白い解釈かと。
Quite a play on words. But it's an interesting interpretation.
エンジェ様のそれは悪魔の証明そのものでしょう。
What you're saying, and some, is probably a devil's proof.
悪魔の証明？
A devil's proof?
だって悪魔の存在を証明するには悪魔を連れてくればいいけれど。
Right? To prove the existence of demons, you just need to find one.
悪魔の存在を否定することだけは不可能だから。
But it's impossible to deny the existence of demons.
そして私たちはここにいる。つまりそれはエンジェ様が魔法を信じようと信じまいと私たちの存在は揺るがないということ。
And we're here. That means that whether Ange-sama believes in magic or not, our existence is unshakable.
無流エンジから半魔法の毒が消えていく。
Magic resisting toxin disappearing from Ange.
本当だわ。魔法を否定する立場なのにどうして。
You're right. Even though you're in a position of denying magic. Why?
それは多分尊重し認めるという心を知ったからだわ。今の私にならアリアお姉ちゃんの、そしてベアトリーチェの魔法の深淵も理解できるかもしれない。
That's probably because I learned what it means to respect and acknowledge. Right now, I might be able to understand the depths of Maria Onechan's and Beatrice's magic. In the past, I didn't believe in things like magic. Thinking something like that couldn't exist, I acted like I was closing my eyes tightly and couldn't see anything. But now I'm different. I get the feeling I can look right at the thing called magic and close in on its true nature.
惜しいわ。この現代にこれだけ半魔法の毒素の抜けた人間なんて本当に稀よ。魔女に向いた稀有な才能なのに。
How frustrating. It's truly rare to find a human so free of the magic-resisting toxin in this day and age. And she has such an uncommon genius for being a witch.
そうね。今のエンジェ様が魔女を目指してくださったなら、ベアトリーチェ様に及ぶかもしれない大魔女に成長されたかもしれないのに。
That's right. If Ange-sama tried to become a witch right now, she could grow to be a great witch. Maybe even at Beatrice-sama's level.
それでも
我らの存在を認めてくださった我らの主である。おそらくエンジェ様が我らの最後の主となるだろう。最後の奉公と思い尽力しようではないか。
Even so, she has acknowledged our existence and is our master. Most likely, Ange-sama will be our final master. Let us think of this as our final service, and apply ourselves to the fullest.
なのに、エンジ様自身がまだ魔法を信じてくれないのが納得いかない。
But I just can't stand that Ange-sama still doesn't believe in magic herself.
エンジ様、ついでに魔法も認めてくださいよ。せっかくの主なのに魔女じゃないなんてなんだかもったいない。
Ange-sama, please believe in magic too. It feels like a waste to finally have a master and have it not be a witch.
最高の魔女になれる逸材なのに、その目的が魔女を撃つことだなんて惜しいです。まあそれもエンジ様の人生で生き方で、そうと決めた世界ならばそれは私たちにとやかく口出しできることではないわけですが。
Even though you have outstanding talent that could make you one of the greatest of witches, your goal is to attack witches. It's so frustrating. Well, even so, that's your life, the way you live. And in the world where you've decided that, there's nothing we can do to complain.
私を理解してくれてありがとう。そうね。魔法が私にとって存在するかどうか。それは私が決めることだわ。世界のどこかに魔法が実在したとしても、しなかったとしても、ね。
Thanks for understanding me. Yeah, whether magic exists to me or not, that's up to me to decide. Regardless of whether magic actually does exist somewhere in the world or not.
When I think about it, this world is so vast, and yet so small. Billions of people live on the Earth, but I probably won't meet even 1% of those people. Even so, I will speak of a world, my world, which doesn't know even 1% of the world.
私が知らない世界の法則を私に否定する資格なんてない。だから私の世界に魔法が存在しないからといって私の知らない世界に魔法が存在することまでを否定することはできない。まさに悪魔の証明というわけだわ。いえ、業に入りては業に従えと言うべきかしら。
I'm not qualified to deny the laws of a world I don't know. So just because magic doesn't exist in my world, I can't deny that magic exists in a world I don't know.
That makes it a true devil's proof. No, maybe it's more like, when in Rome, do as the Romans do. I can be confident in the world I know. So even if that's denied by a complete stranger who doesn't know a thing about my world, that's nothing to worry about. And in the same way, I've got no right to deny a world I don't know, just because I don't know about it.
だから私は自分の世界に魔法があるかないかを問わずに、マリアお姉ちゃんが教えてくれた魔法を否定することなんてできやしない。
Therefore, regardless of whether there's magic in my world or not, I can't deny the magic Maria One-chan taught me.
無理だって見たことがなくても魔法は存在するんだもん。
After all, even if you've never seen it, magic exists.
ええ、だからすでに言っている通り、魔女同盟、 マリアージュ・ソルシエルの友人であるあなただ私にも、そして誰にも否定することなんてできないわけ。
Yes, that's why, as I've already said, you friends of the Witches Alliance, Mariage Sorcière, can't be denied by me or anyone else. I proclaim that most important part again. Even though the sea breeze and the crashing of the waves were noisy, it was a time of silence. Both Sakutaro and the Seven Sisters of Purgatory reflected upon my words. And probably I did too. Does magic exist? Do witches exist? While ignoring what the answer would be for my own world, I acknowledged their existence. That contradiction was what I'd proclaimed so boldly.
ありがとう、エンジェ。
Thank you, Ange.
そこまでお認めになったなら魔女もお認めになって。いえ、愚問でした。その問いに対する答えをすでにエンジェ様は明確にお持ちだ。
If you'll acknowledge that much, can't you acknowledge witches too? No, that was a foolish question. You already have a clear answer to it.
ごめんね。魔女がこの世界のどこかにいるかもしれないことを私は認めるけれど、でも私の世界は揺るがない。
Sorry, though I do acknowledge that witches might exist somewhere in this world, but that doesn't shake my world.
魔女も魔法も認めない。六軒島の真実は必ず暴いてみせる。でしょ？
You won't acknowledge witches or magic. You'll definitely expose the truth of Rockinjima, right?
ええ、それが私の世界よ。仮に本当に魔女が存在したとしても、私の世界では認めないわ。当の魔女にどれだけ言い寄られたとしてもね。
Yes, that's my world. Even if a real witch exists, I won't acknowledge it in my world. No matter how much that witch tries to convince me.
エンジェ様のお立場は魔女を撃つこと。そしてそのお気持ちにいささかの揺らぎもないこと、よくわかりました。我らはエンジェ様の家具、煉獄の七姉妹。いつでもおそばに、お役に立てる日が来るのをいつまでもお待ち申し上げております。
Your position is to attack witches, Ange-sama, and I understand well that you haven't the slightest wavering in that feeling. We are your furniture, the Seven Sisters of Purgatory. We will always be by your side. We'll be waiting for the day that we can be useful.
エンジェ様が魔法を信じてくれない以上、話し相手くらいにしかなれないけれど。
Although, since you don't believe in magic, we can never be anything more than people to talk to.
今は十分よ。私たちに存在できる余地を残してくださった。それだけで私たちはエンジェ様に感謝し、認めるべきだわ。
That's enough for now. We've been left room to exist. For that alone, we should thank and acknowledge Ange-sama.
つまり私たちは
In short, all of us
またみんなといられるんだね。うりゅー
are all together again.
サク太郎、もふもふさせて。
Sakutaro, let me squeeze you! When Sakutaro was overcome with emotion and tears came to his eyes, the Seven Sisters closed in and mobbed him. They were also celebrating a long-missed reunion. If their existence is permitted, they're definitely capable of existing here. No, even if I don't permit it, they can exist. Because I acknowledged them, They showed their reunion's joy to me as well. As I watched over that scene, I reflected what this journey of mine meant.
これでみんなには許してもらえたかしら。
I wonder if everyone will forgive me this way.
十分ですよ。私たちは家具。呼び出してもらえるだけで、おそばにいることを許されるだけで嬉しいのですから。
You've done well enough, or you've done enough. We are furniture. Just being summoned, just being allowed to be by your side makes us happy.
ウリュウ、エンジェ、本当にありがとう。
Ange, thank you very much.
そういえばどうして私には作太郎が呼び出せたのかしら。いいえ、逆ね。どうしてお姉ちゃんには作太郎が呼び出せなかったのかしら。
Come to think of it, why was I able to summon Sakutaro? No, it's the other way around. Why wasn't One-chan able to summon Sakutaro? Maria One-chan had despaired, thinking that Sakutaro had died, which meant she hadn't been able to summon him like this anymore. In the past, One-chan said it was more advantageous in a summoning to have a vessel. However, a vessel is like training wheels, and it shouldn't be absolutely necessary. In other words, even if the stuffed animal lion that was Sakutaro's vessel didn't exist, it should have been possible to summon him. No, when you put it like that, even a little doubtful whether summoned things can be limited by life and death. Moreover, Sakutaro should have been an especially important friend to Maria One-chan. He should have been able to strive hard to summon him one more time. It certainly was sad that the original stuffed animal vessel had been torn apart. But why did he die and become impossible to summon again?
それはマリアがあの時僕のぬいぐるみが破れたのを見て僕が死んでしまったと。
That's because, at that time, Maria saw my stuffed animal torn and decided that I'd died.
魔法の存在と同じなんです。マリア教の世界で作太郎が死んでしまったことになったなら、彼女の世界では作太郎は存在できない。
It's the same as the existence of magic. If Sakutaro has died in Lady Maria's world, then he can't exist in her world. Or he can't exist in her world.
ウリュウ、
The shock of having her beloved stuffed animal torn apart had left a wound in her heart serious enough to prevent her from summoning her irreplaceable close friend. In Maria One-chan's eyes, Sakutaro died. So even if Sakutaro can exist like this to me, he cannot exist before her.
僕はいつもマリアと一緒にいたんだよ。泣いてるマリアのすぐ近くで泣かないでってずっと言ってたんだよ。でもマリアには僕の姿も声も何も届かなくて。
I was always with Maria. When Maria cried, I was always right beside her, telling her not to cry. But my form, my voice, nothing of me will reach Maria now. Sakutaro hung his head, looking sad.
マリアージュ・ソルシエルはあの事件の後急に性格を変えていくの。それまでの同盟は和やかなものだった。でも事件後は憎い誰かをいかにして呪うかという物騒なものばかり。お姉ちゃんの憎 気はあからさまに様変わりしていくの。
After that incident, the nature of Mariage Sorcière rapidly began to change. Before then, the Alliance was a peaceful thing, but after that incident, it grew full of shadier things, focusing on how to curse people you hate. One-chan's diary began to show a clear change. A diary is a mirror that reflects one's heart as it is. It probably showed the personality called Maria die and be reborn as the evil witch personality, Maria. When she buried that diary in hatred and sadness, her heart surely wasn't satisfied. Because it wasn't satisfied, she had to bury it with hatred and sadness. And while still unsatisfied, she met with death. I wonder if her unsatisfied soul has a hole opened in its chest from sadness even now, and continually wanders, dripping tears down and calling Sakutaro's name.
あなたがお姉ちゃんには必要なのよ。
One-chan needs you.
ウリュウ。
どうしたらあなたをマリアお姉ちゃんの世界で蘇らせられるの？その方法がわかれば、私はお姉ちゃんを救うことができる。それが私に課せられた贖罪の方法なのよ。どうすれば作太郎は蘇るの？
What can I do to revive you in Maria One-chan's world? If I can learn that method, I'll be able to save One-chan. That's the method of atonement I've been given. What can be done to revive Sakutaro?
マリアにとって僕のよりしろは特に重要な意味を持ってたから。
To Maria, my vessel had a very important meaning.
よりしろ。つまり、ライオンのぬいぐるみを蘇らせることができれば。
Vessel? In other words, if we could revive the lion stuffed animal.
でも僕のぬいぐるみはローザママの手作りだからローザママにしか作れない。
But Mama Rosa made my stuffed animal herself, so only she could make it. Even inside the diary, Maria One-chan had asked this of Beatrice, and was refused for that reason. The magical significance of a stuffed animal being unique and handmade is very large. Then, if we could make the same thing once more... But Aunt Rosa is already gone from this world. We can't make the same thing again.
同じぬいぐるみをもう一つ作ってあったとか、そういうことはないの？
Was there ever another identical stuffed animal made? Or anything like that?
彼はマリア教の誕生日プレゼントのために作られた世界でたった一つのぬいぐるみ。手作りでたった一つのよりしろなんです。だから大きな魔力を秘めているんです。そして失われたらもう二度と蘇らない。
He's a stuffed animal made to be Lady Maria's birthday present, and is the only one of his kind in the world. A handmade and unique vessel. That's why it conceals a great magical power. And if lost, it cannot be obtained again. It won't revive.
ウリュウ。
Because she knew that, Maria One-chan watched that stuffed animal, which was unique in that world, get torn apart, and despaired. Because it was the only one of its kind in the world, and she couldn't permit a compromise such as buying another one. She had despaired from the bottom of her heart.
でも、作太郎はここにいるわ。よりしろなんかなくても、ここにいる。私がそれを認めているから、 私の世界では確かに存在する。マリアお姉ちゃんが認めなくても、それは否定できない。そうよね。
But Sakutaro is right here. Even without a vessel, he's here. Because I acknowledge that, he certainly exists in my world. Even if Maria One-chan doesn't acknowledge him, that cannot be denied. Right?
理屈ではそうですが、同じ理屈でマリア教にそれを認めさせることもまた困難かと思います。
Logically, that's true. But I think using the same logic to make Lady Maria accept him could be difficult.
マリア、僕は死んでないよ。ここにいるのに。ウリュウ。
Maria, I'm not dead. I'm right here.
きっと六軒島でマリアお姉ちゃんに私は再会できると思うの。そして私は何が何でもお姉ちゃんの中のあなたを蘇らせて再会させるわ。
I'm sure that on Rockinjima, I'll be able to be reunited with Maria One-chan. And no matter what, I'll revive the you that's inside One-chan and let you be reunited.
できるの？
Can you do it?
難しいでしょうね。魔女同盟に誘われた私が意味を理解できず拒絶してしまったのと同じように、彼女もまたあなたの存在を拒絶するかもしれない。
It'll probably be hard. Just like how, after being invited into the Witches' Alliance, I rejected it without understanding what it meant. He might also reject your existence.
でもやるしかないわ。それが私にできる唯一の罪滅ぼしなのよ。
But I've got to do it. That's the only way I can atone for my sins.
エンジ様、
六軒島で何が待つのか、そして何が起こるのか、何ができるのか、あるいは何も起こらないのかもしれないけれど。
What's waiting on Rockinjima? And what will happen? What will be created? Or maybe nothing will happen.
すべての始まりであるあの島こそがこの旅の終着点なのよ。私はあなたたちを連れて魔女の島へ、六軒島へ帰らなければならない。
That island, which was the beginning of everything, is the final destination of this journey. You all are the furniture of a witch, so as your master, I have to take you home, to the Witch's Island, to Rockinjima. Even though the rays of the sun had been so strong, at some point clouds had started to hang down. The spray that hit my cheek might not have all come from the crashing waves.
エンジェさん、軽く一雨来そうですぜ。下へ降りた方がいいんじゃないですか?
And son, looks like we're gonna get a bit of a shower. Maybe you'd better go below deck.
Hamakusa called out to me with an expression that said, "Oh, you're still here?" When I looked up, I saw that the island's silhouette had gotten much larger. We might reach land very soon. I remembered that the weather report had mentioned scattered rains. The sky wasn't dark enough for rain clouds. It'll probably be just for a short time.
I mean, that sky sure looks dark enough for rain clouds. Looks like a very intense rain. Even though the rain was light enough to not be a pain, having rain start to fall as we approached the island felt like some kind of fate. It was raining on October 4th, 1986 as well. I'm approaching the Rokkenjima of that day, and not just in the distance. I went back down with Amakusa. He was carrying what looked like a really large and heavy golf bag. Something Amakusa had brought back with him on a day we'd split up. I didn't inquire as to its contents, but it was hard to imagine that they were anything peaceful.
中身はあえて聞かないけど、重そうね。
I won't go so far as to ask what's inside, but it looks heavy.
どうしてこいつらは重くてかなわないのか。フランス人の教官が面白いことを教えてくれました。何でもこいつらは重くあるべきだそうなんです。何しろ人の命は地球より重いんですから。こいつらはもっと重くて叱るべきなんだとか。
Why are these things so darn heavy all the time? A French instructor taught me something interesting about that once. He said they should always be heavy. After all, a human life is heavier than the world. So these should be even heavier.
使う機会がないといいわね。
It'd be nice if you didn't need to use them.
ないといいですな。
That would be nice. Amakusa set the golf bag-like luggage down beside him. Oh, snap. What that? Is that the propeller or... Wait, what? An airplane? A two-propeller aircraft touched down on the runway. Considering the weather, it couldn't have been a pleasant flight. Everything after this flight had been suspended due to the weather. Been a full hour on that scene from the start of the stream? Yeah. That was pretty long. Uh-oh. Cutting through the drizzle as she traversed the runway, Sumadera Kasumi entered the lobby with two black suits as guards. The four black suits who had been waiting inside the lobby stood up and respectfully lowered their heads in salute. Kasumi-sama.
プロペラ機ってのは揺れるわね。二度と乗りたくないわ。
Propeller planes certainly do shake. I wouldn't want to ride one again.
お車を用意しております。どうぞこちらへ。
We have a car prepared. Please, this way. They got into two luxury cars that had been rented.
エンジェは六軒島へ向かうはずよ。無人島とは実に都合がいいわね。お道具は用意できてるんでしょうね。
And should be heading for Rokkenjima, a deserted island. How convenient. You've arranged for some tools, I take it. Yes, ma'am. Bruh, this lady is so evil. Holy cow. The black suit in the passenger seat put a heavy bag that had been set up by his feet onto his lap, opened the catch with a click, and showed Kasumi what was inside. Inside were several silver lumps of carefully wrapped aluminum foil. He peeled one open to show her. More evil than Kinzo throwing Kraus on the floor and lifting up a single finger. Oh, that's right, I forgot about that. Darth Kinzo. Yeah, where's Darth Kinzo? I miss him. Completely demolishing verbally, yeah. I mean, Darth Kinzo is funny because he's just so dramatically evil. That, like, and I mean, that's not really something he could do in real life. He's like comedically, dramatically evil. And I just laugh because it's funny. But Kasumi here seems like an example of actual, real-world, possible evil. And it makes me dislike her a lot more. A black, blunt, automatic pistol peeked its face out. Yeah. Guns. Keiko gonna clap. Oh yeah. The first day, October 4th, 1986. Oh, we're actually back on the island. Are we done with the backstories? Can we actually find out what's happening this time? It was already approaching 10 o'clock at night. By now, the typhoon had wrapped itself around Rakunjima. Even the rose garden that had looked so beautiful midday was beaten down upon by the fierce winds and resisted with all its might, undulating and trying to keep the flowers from blowing away. Yeah, I bet it's not over yet. Well, I don't know, we might be done with the backstory, maybe? At least that huge segment of Ange and Maria. But I guess we'll probably still have some future shenanigans. So. Unless it like continues into the Answers arc, I don't know. That could be interesting. In the Rose Garden was Shannon in the lead, Battler holding up an umbrella, Jessica and George carrying the sleeping Maria on his back, all heading for the guest house.
ゲストハウスくらい俺たちだけでも行けるってのに。いいんだぜ、シャノンちゃん。戻って休んでてくれよ。
We can at least make it to the guest house from here. Shannon, it's fine. You should go back and rest.
いいえ、お送りするのも仕事ですので。
Don't worry. Seeing you off is also part of my duty.
親族会議中はうちのお母さんとか源氏さんもピリピリしてるからな。
A family conference is going on inside, and Mom and Genji are probably getting stressed.
下手に私たちが気を利かせるとシャノンがサボってると勘違いされちゃう。
If we keep you, they'll misunderstand and think you were being lazy. But yeah, now that we're back on the island, hopefully we get some more Darth Kinzo. I look forward to this.
そうだね。素直にお世話になった方がむしろ迷惑をかけないだろうね。ありがとう、シャノン。
That's right. Just graciously accepting our offer might be the best way to avoid burdening people. Thank you, Shannon.
いいえ、確かにお嬢様のおっしゃられます通り、今日のお屋敷はピリピリしています。だから私も皆さんとご一緒して外の空気が吸えるのでちょっと肩が楽です。
Not at all. Certainly, as Milady has said, it's very tense inside the mansion today. Therefore, coming with all of you allowed me a breath of fresh air, and I've been able to relax a bit.
親族会議か。わざわざ俺たち子供を追い出すくらいだから相当タチの悪い話をするんだろうぜ。
Family conference, huh? They went to all the trouble of chasing us kids out, so they're probably talking about something shady.
だろうね。僕たちはきっと何の力にもなれない。せめて邪魔をしないようにするのが一番の協力だと思うよ。
Probably. I'm sure there's nothing we can do to help out. Just trying to stay out of their way is probably the best way for us to be helpful or to be useful.
どうせまた金って話だろうぜ。普段散々金持ちだと吹聴してるくせに、いざとなったらもったいぶりやがる。パーッと気前よくみんなで山分けすりゃいいのによ。
I'm sure it's all just money, money, money. Even though they act like they're so rich most of the time, when it gets tough, they all start getting pushy. Why don't they just be graceful and split it evenly between everyone?
そりゃ豪快な話だぜ。俺にも分け前がもらえりゃいいのによ。もし俺にももらえたら、そん時はシャノンちゃんにも分けてやるからな。
That'd be awesome. It'd be nice if I got a share too. If I got some too, I'd split it with Shannon-chan right away. Battler? That sounds a little sus. I mean, George has got Shannon-chan. What are you implying something?
どうもありがとうございます。お気持ちだけで嬉しいです。
Thank you very much. Well, I appreciate the sentiment.
シャノンは欲がないね。年頃の女の子なら買いたいものがいっぱいあるだろうに。
Shannon isn't greedy at all. Normally, girls of your age would have tons of things they'd want to buy.
そうですね。でも私、欲しいものの中にお金で買えるものがありませんので。
I guess. But none of the things I want can be bought with money.
ひゅー、無欲だな。俺なんか欲しいもん全部並べたら金がいくらあっても足りねえぜ。
Ooh, how unselfish. If you lined up all the things I wanted, all the gold in the world wouldn't be enough.
お金で買えるものにはだぜ。シャノンの言う金で買えない欲しいものって何かな。ジョージ兄さんは心当たりある？
That's if you're talking about things that can be bought with money. I wonder what these things that can't be bought with money that Shannon wants are. You have any idea, George Nissan?
さあ、なんだろうね。シャノンじゃないとわからないね。
Well, I wonder. I'm not Shannon, so how could I know?
私にもわかりません。
I don't know either. But Shannon, you're the one who wants them. George and Shannon looked down, their faces red. Battler had also heard about what was going on with them, though he knew what Jessica was teasing them about.
ジョージの兄貴は俺にとっても尊敬できるお人だ。シャノンちゃんは本当にいい人と巡り会えたと思うぜ。
George Aniki is a person I respect. I think you've met up with a really great person, Shannon-chan.
だな。私もジョージ兄さんなら安心してシャノンを任せられるぜ。
Yeah. I also feel relieved that we can leave Shannon to George Nissan.
からかうのはよしてくれよ。僕たちにとっては真面目な問題なんだ。それよりジェシカちゃんの方だってどうなんだい？カノン君と少しは仲良くなれたのかい？
Stop teasing. It's a serious issue for us. More importantly, what about you, Jessica-chan? Have you been able to get a little closer to Canon-kun?
お前、カノン君とそういう仲なのかよ。
What? So you and Canon-kun are like that?
ないぜジョージ兄さん。そういう話の切り返し方は汚いぜ。
Well, that's dirty, George. Twisting the conversation around like that's dirty. As they had an animated discussion with ups and downs, the four kids headed for the guest house. The annual family conference was extremely important to the Ushiromiya family, and this year seemed like it was going to be especially important. Apparently, the family head, Kinzo, was personally going to be making a very serious announcement, and everyone other than the adults had been strictly ordered to leave. Battler hadn't attended the family conference in 6 years, so he didn't really notice. But according to Jessica, there seemed to be a very tense atmosphere tonight, completely different from a normal year. Common sense made it clear that Kinzo, whose remaining life was short, was going to make some big announcement about the succession of the headship and the distribution of his fortune.
しかし驚いたな。まさか本当にじいさまが登場するとは。
But I'm surprised to think that grandfather's actually going to make an appearance.
なるほど。これが魔女の反撃というわけね。
I see. So this is the witch's counterattack.
金蔵というジョーカーはもう少し伏せていたかったところだが、そろそろ切るのが頃合いであろう。切り札は切るためにある。
ベアトリーチ
How many streams without her? Well, I mean, she has been here occasionally in flashbacks. Well, she was here, yeah, at different parts. But only for a short time. She just sort of popped in and then popped out. Yeah, with Maria summoning Sakutaro. And then when Ange had to leave the table. Yeah. I forget the Ange summoning Sakutaro, or I mean Maria summoning Sakutaro was the thing with the tea party area, and then she went to bring him back. Beatrice appeared then. But yeah, just small little pop-in, pop-outs, cameos, whatever.
I wanted to leave the Joker called Kinzo face down a little longer, but it's probably about time to turn it over. Trump cards exist to be used.
くそ、じいさまは最初から死んでて、その代わりに謎の18人目が紛れ込んでるっていう俺の推理は、ここに来ていきなりバッサリってわけか。
Damn. My theory that grandfather was dead since the beginning, and a different 18th person had snuck in, is now suddenly torn apart.
いつかはそなたが金蔵を疑いに来ることは読めておったわ。さあさあ、これでそなたの推理は再びゼロに戻ったぞ。
I had foreseen that you'd begin to doubt Kinzo eventually. Yes, now your reasoning has all gone back to square one again, right?
金蔵は最初から死んでいて、その代わりにわらわが18人目として紛れ込んでいたという推理はこれでパーだ。
With this, your theory that Kinzo was dead at the very beginning and I was hiding as the 18th person goes poof.
くそ、 だがくじけねえぞ。一つの推理が外れただけだ。嵐のように、暴風のように襲いかかってやる。
But no way I'll lose heart. That's only one theory gone. I'll attack you like a storm, like a tornado.
そうでなくてはな、そうでなくてはな。まだまだ第一の晩祭始まっていないぞ。屈服にはあまりに早すぎる。
I'd have it no other way. Even the first twilight has not yet begun. It's far too early to give up.
そうね。そして赤き真実で否定されたわけでもない。今この瞬間の時点でまだバトラの説は破られたわけではない。勝ったつもりになるのも早すぎるわよ。
That's right. And it's not like it was denied with the red truth. At this point in time, Battler's theory hasn't been defeated. It's too early to say that you've won.
そうだな。確かにあっさり鵜呑みにするにはまだ早いな。じいさまがいよいよ登場するということにはなってるが、やっぱり体調が悪くなったうんぬん言って現れない可能性だってある。
Yeah, that's right. It's still too early for me to just swallow her story. Grandfather's supposed to finally appear, but there's a chance that they'll talk about how his health has gotten worse, and he won't appear after all. I mean, still infiltrate pretending to be him. I mean, even if he shows up, that doesn't necessarily defeat his theory.
じいさまは本当は死んでいるという事実をクラウスおじさんがギリギリまで苦し紛れで引き飛ばしているだけかもしれない。
Uncle Kraus might be trying desperately to hide the fact that grandfather really is dead until the last second.
なるほどなるほど。そういう考え方もあるか。好きにするがよい。すぐに決着する。すぐにな。
I see, I see. You could also think of it that way. Do as you please. It will be resolved soon. Very soon. All of the relatives in Nanjo could be seen in the dining hall. Nanjo sat alone, quietly watching the wind and rain outside. Kraus sat down in the seat of his own rank, with Natsui standing motionlessly at his side. The other siblings were gathered at the opposite end of the long table, whispering to each other.
そりゃ本当か。
That true?
ええ、マリアは傘をくれた人物をお父様だというのよ。
Yes. Maria said the person who gave her the umbrella was father. Kinzo in a dress?
なんちゅうことや。ということはつまりわしらの作戦は根底から崩れたっちゅうわけか。
What in the world? In other words, our strategy has collapsed from the roots.
作戦も何も。お父様が健在で自ら発表があると言った以上、もう兄さんとのくだらない駆け引きは一切不要だわ。
Not just our strategy. Since father is healthy and has said that he'll make an announcement himself, our trivial bargaining with Nissan was completely pointless. Yeah, this is new. It's always been Beatrice gives Maria the letter. So, this could be another point for Beatrice pretending to be Kinzo. I mean, yeah, it could still be a replacement. Then the servants would be in on it, so yeah, I don't know.
だな。クソ親父め。もったいぶらずにとっとと現れてくれりゃよかったんだ。おかげで俺たちは兄貴と無駄に揉めただけだ。
Yep, that old bastard. Why couldn't he have just shown himself right away without making a show of it? Thanks to that, we've just been quarreling with Anarchy uselessly. Anarchy.
それを試したかったのかもね。血のつながってない私が言うのもなんだけど、あなたたちのお父様、かなり頭はいいわよ。
Or maybe he wanted to test us on that point. I might not be one to talk, since we aren't related by blood, but your father is very intelligent, correct?
日中のやりとりは多分使用人の誰かに聞かれてお父様に報告されてたのよ。なんてこと。お父様の遺産が目当てで騒いでることはもうバレバレってことじゃない。ああ、なんてことよ。
Our arguments during the day were probably overheard by one of the servants and reported to father. Incredible. The fact that we were making a fuss with father's inheritance as our goal is now right in the open. Ah, just incredible.
Ava uncharacteristically held her head, dejected. If, as Kiri had said, everything had been going according to Kinzo's plans from the beginning, and if this was a huge setup that had been kept up for over a year, trying to find the siblings' true intentions, then they had fallen for it completely.
お父さんの耳に入ったとまだ決まったわけやない。
Still don't know for sure that it's reached father's ears. Since Beatrice mentioned the first Twilight, no, we haven't seen anything, or almost anything, of the relatives this episode. Any guesses for death's survivors? I feel like Kinzo's going to survive because he's Darth Kinzo. Let's see. I don't know. All of the relatives, well, all of the parents are here at the moment. So I doubt. I don't know. I mean, Rosa made it out that one time. But it'd be weird for, like, all but one or two of the parents to make it out alive this time. I don't know, this is a weird situation. The kids and Shannon makes 5. So they would still need one more. I don't know. They're not really... There's not really a good way to get 6 at the moment. So currently I don't really have any guesses, but I feel like Kinzo's gonna survive to the end. Just from him being Darth Kinzo.
Yeah, 入ってるに決まってるわ。
13 survived the first Twilight and Prince. 13. What do you mean in principle? Is 6? Isn't it 6 die? There's 18 and 6 die. There? Okay, you're wrong. Okay. Yeah, 12. I'm gonna say if it was 5, then the kids and Shannon would work. 13 die in total. Confused numbers. Okay, okay, yeah. Right, yeah, yeah, okay.
兄さん以外の全員がお父様は死んでいると言い切りお父様の健在を信じなかった。ああ、もう終わりだわ。お父様は宣言するのよ。兄さんこそが跡継ぎで、私たちには片翼を身にまとう資格もないと宣告するのよ。ああ、私は。
No, it definitely has. Everyone but Nissan claimed that Father was dead, and none of us believed in Father's good health. Ah, it's already over. Father will make an announcement. Nissan will become the successor, and he'll say that we aren't even qualified to wear the one wing. Oh,
Oh my, Ava's such a downer. Of Ava after her performance Convent's last episode. Yeah. Ava's panicking.
姉さん、しっかり。
Nissan, get a hold of yourself.
Somebody hit Ava with some white damage.
ローザさん、マリアちゃんは本当にお父様に傘をもらったのかしら。
Rosa-san, I wonder if Maria really received that umbrella from Father.
え、どういう意味？
Huh? What do you mean?
マリアちゃんはお父様に会ったかもしれない。でも私たちは会ってないわ。マリアちゃんがそうだと主張しているだけよ。
Maria-chan might have seen Father. However, we haven't seen him. Maria-chan only claims to have seen him.
Yeah, here it feels like in this episode, Beatrice and Kinzo have merged, almost. Huh. This is weird. In Kinzo's clothes. No. It was clearly Kinzo in a dress.
そんな、マリアが嘘をついているというの？
What are you saying? Are you saying Maria's lying?
落ち着けよローザ。マリアちゃんが嘘をつくとは言ってねえ。だがマリアちゃんは素直な子だろ。
Calm down, Rosa. Maria-chan didn't necessarily lie. Still, she's an innocent kid, right?
例えばだが、源氏さんあたりがこの傘はおじい様からマリア様に渡すように言われましたみたいなことを言ったら、マリアちゃんは親父に会ったわけでなくてもおじい様に傘をもらったって言うかもしれねえぜ。
For example, if Genji-san came up to her and said something like, I was told by your grandfather to hand this to you, Maria-sama, then even if Maria-chan hadn't met Dad, he still might say that she got an umbrella from him, right? Or no, it's Genji in a dress in a suit. Okay, I'm reaching too far there, I think. I don't even know anymore. I'm losing it.
そうね。その手が考えられるわ。
That's right. That trick could work.
だがな、マリアちゃんはこう言ったんやろ。おじいさまがやってきて傘を渡してくれたと。
But what was it Maria-chan said? Grandfather came and handed me the umbrella.
ええ、そう言ったわ。おじいさまから直接受け取ったと、はっきり言ったわ。
Yes, that's what she said. She clearly said that she received an umbrella directly from grandfather.
直接か。お手上げだな。
Directly, huh? Then we're stuck.
下手な考え、休むに似たりとはよく言ったものだわ。ちょっと考えてみたら、傘がどうこうなんてどうでもいい問題だわ。
They often say that bad thinking is no better than sleeping. If you think about it a bit, all of this about the umbrella is a trivial problem.
どうしてよ。マリアちゃんが兄さんに買収されて、あたかもお父様が健在であるかのように嘘を頼まれたかもしれないでしょ。傘が確かにお父様から渡されたなんて証拠、どこにもありはしない。
Why is that? Couldn't Maria-chan have been bribed by Nissan to lie and say something that made it seem like father was in good health? There's no evidence that father actually handed the umbrella to her.
マリアちゃんが誰から傘をもらっていようとも、あるいは傘なんかそもそももらっていなかったとしても、お父様はもうじき現れる。現れたお父様の前に、傘の問題なんて全くどうでもいいこと。
Regardless of whom Maria-chan received the umbrella from, assuming she was even given an umbrella in the first place, father will appear very soon. Once father's in front of us, the problem with the umbrella will become completely trivial.
つまり、傘の問題が取り沙汰されるのは、そうでない場合ということよ。
In other words, this is not the time to gossip about the umbrella issue.
そうでない場合ってのは何のことだ。
What do you mean this isn't the time?
そうか。キリエさんが言いたいのはこういうことやろ。お父さんもうすぐでやってくることになっとるが、また難癖をつけて結局現れん可能性がまだ残ってるっちゅうことやろ。
I see. I got it. This is probably what Kirie-san's saying. Father's supposed to come very soon, but the chance still remains that he'll get mad and won't show up, right?
そうか。そうよね。私たちの追求に、兄さんが苦し紛れの時間稼ぎでお父様が現れると出任せを言ったのかもしれない。やっぱりお父様はすでに亡くなっていて、兄さんは今なお、まだ健在であると嘘をつき続けている。
I see. That's true. Maybe Nisa just said father was going to appear at random in a desperate bid to buy time against our investigation. Father really is dead already, and Nissan is still lying and saying he's healthy.
つまり、お父様が現れれば、すべての策は通用しない。考える必要もない。私たちは訴状の魚。運を天に任せて、お父様との直接交渉に臨むしかないわ。それこそ、土下座とげんこつを覚悟して、お金を無心するしかない。
In short, if father appears, then no schemes will be effective. There's no need to even think about that case. We're fish on the chopping board. We'd have no choice but to leave fate to the heavens and negotiate directly with father. That means we'd have no choice but to let him clobber us with his fist, then prostrate ourselves and beg for money.
でも逆に、お父様が現れなければ、私たちの当初の作戦は何も揺るがない。
But on the other hand, if father doesn't appear, then our primary strategy isn't hampered in the least.
なるほど。つまり、どっちに転ぼうとも、今さらあたふたする必要は何もないってことね。
I see. In short, no matter which way it goes, there's absolutely no need to get flustered now.
そういうこと。お父様が現れれば、本来の親族会議が行われるだけの話。現れなければ、 私たちは引き続きクラウス兄さんを追求すればいいだけの話なのよ。
That's it. If father shows up, we just have to carry out the normal family conference. If he doesn't, we just have to keep on investigating Kraus-san.
お父さんの機嫌が急に悪くなってみたいなクラウスさんの言い逃れを決して許さんようにせんとな。
Can't let him talk his way out of it. Like if he says father's mood has suddenly gotten worse.
どうやら私たちが本当に検討すべきは、兄さんがどんな策を浪してこの場をごまかそうとしてくるかよ。往生際の悪さは私が一番よく知っているわ。
It seems what we should really be trying to figure out is what scheme Nissan is going to try and trick us with. The way he just doesn't know how to give up is something I know better than anyone.
お父様がお元気なら、私たちは土下座してお金を無心し、クラウス兄さんの茶番だったなら、私たちは醜い兄弟喧嘩を再開し、今年も素敵な親族会議になりそうね。
If father is well, we'll prostrate ourselves and beg for money. If it's a farce of Kraus-san's, then we'll continue our ugly sibling fight. Sounds like this year's family conference is going to be just wonderful.
だな。下手な考え、休むに似たりってわけか。もうじき22時だな。兄貴に催促してみるか。
Yep. So bad thinking is no better than sleeping, huh? It's almost 22 o'clock. Should we press Aniki? Of course Ginzo's not going to show up, yeah. Oh my. Rudolph and the rest looked at Kraus. He was sitting down firmly, and looked like he was awaiting Kinzo's arrival with an air of composure. They couldn't tell if he really was composed, or if he was scheming about how to tie together his lie. Now 22 o'clock for you? Nice. Yeah, so it is.
あなた。
落ち着きなさい。もう今さらジタバタしても始まらん。源氏さんに任せよう。
Calm yourself. We won't get anywhere by making a fuss after all this. Let's leave it to Genji-san.
もうじき10時ですね。
It's almost 10 o'clock, isn't it?
That was the time that had been set for tonight's family conference to open. And it was the time that the Ushiromiya family head needed to appear. Right then, they heard the sound of footsteps approaching from the hall. There were multiple sets. Natsuhi raised her head, relieved. But because of the sound of a knock, her expression was filled with disappointment. Because Kinzo probably wouldn't have knocked.
失礼いたします。戸締まりの見回りが終わりました。
Please excuse us. I have finished closing up the mansion for the night. It was Goda and Kumasawa. Unlike the powerful Goda, it was rare for Kumasawa, with her old body, to be forced to work this late. Of course, Kraus also seemed to know that.
ご苦労だった。こんな時間まで申し訳ないね、熊沢さん。
Indeed. Good work. My apologies for making you work at such a time, Kumasawa-san.
いいえ。こう見えても、まだまだ夜更かしは得意でございますので。
Oh, it's nothing. I may not look it, but staying up late is still one of my specialties.
熊沢についてだけは立ち会いを外させても良いのでは。さすがに体に応えるでしょう。
使用人も全員揃えろとの命令だ。
Wouldn't it be okay to at least let Kumasawa leave without being an observer? It really will be difficult on her body, I imagine. The order was to gather all of the servants as well. I cannot disobey. Tonight's family conference was clearly different than normal. On a normal year, no one was allowed to attend except family members. Have the servants present for such a thing? Unthinkable. But this year was different. All of the servants were told to attend. Of course, they were not allowed to talk. They were there as observers. What in the world was happening that needed to be observed by 5 servants? And Kraus didn't know.
徹夜はこう見えても強いんですよ。旦那様もサバをもりもり食べれば夜ももっとたくましくなれますよ。
I don't look it, but I'm good at staying up late. If you stuff yourself with mackerel too, Kraus-sama, you'll be more manly at night.
Kumasawa, please. They bonk Kumasawa.
なるほど。まだまだお元気でおられる。100歳になっても元気でお勤めに違いない。
I see you're still in high spirits. I'm sure you'll be working in such high spirits until you're 100.
奥様、勝手ながら軽食の準備をさせていただきました。
Oh, there's the bonk. Nice.
いつでも配膳できますので、ご指示を頂戴できればと思います。
Madam, forgive my arrogance, but I have prepared a light snack. I can serve it at any time, so feel free to order it.
ありがとう。やはりあなたは気が利きますね。他の皆さんにコーヒーのおかわりを勧めてください。
Thank you. You really are considerate. Please offer refills of coffee to the others.
かしこまりました。
Certainly. After nodding, Goda took the pot toward the relatives gathered at the other end of the table. As he did, more footsteps approached from the hallway. It was a single set, and it was light. Even before the knock, they could imagine who it was. Either Shannon or Cannon.
失礼いたします。お子様方をゲストハウスへお送りいたしました。
Excuse me. I've taken the children to the guest house.
ご苦労でした。今夜は特別な晩です。緊張感を欠かさないように。
Good work. Tonight is a special evening. Make sure you stay alert.
はい、かしこまりました、奥様。
Yes, certainly, madam.
Genji had gone with Cannon to meet Kinzo. There was still no sign of their return. The hand of the clock passed 22 o'clock slightly. Once sure of that, Ava spoke to Kraus.
兄さん、もう時間だけれども、親族会議まだ始まらないのかしら？
Nii-san, it's time. Are you still not going to start the family conference?
Ava. Chill. You're like slapping your own face at this moment.
主賓の到着が遅れている。しばらく待ちたまえ。
The arrival of the guest of honor has been delayed. Wait a short while.
いつまで？悪いけど、時間を切ってもらうわよ。お父様がなかなか来ないなんてのを延々と続けて、夜明けまで待たされたらたまらないわ。
How long? Sorry, but time's up. I won't have you saying father hasn't quite shown up yet over and over until dawn.
Ava, why are you being stupid right now? Ava was crying dejectedly a couple minutes ago, and now she's all smug again. Yeah. He needs to stop. It's time to stop. My goodness. Like, if he wasn't going to come, then he would have had the servants be like, "Oh, he's not doing too well at the moment." Already. It's more likely at this point that he is coming. He's just taking his time because he's in charge. Like, how would Ava not know this?
親父殿のお越しになる時間を私が約束などできるものか。何を焦っているのだね。まずはコーヒーでも飲んで落ち着かんかね。
How could I make a promise about the time father shows up? Why are you in such a rush? Why not drink some tea and calm down for now?
兄貴、俺たちは親族会議のために集まってるんだ。茶番じゃない。あと30分は待つ。だが、それでダメなら書斎に押しかけさせてもらうぜ。
Aniki, we're gathered here for a family conference, not a farce. We'll wait 30 more minutes, but if that doesn't work, you'll let us break into the study, okay? Yeah, I mean, that sounds legit. But why make such a big deal of it the minute it passes 10 o'clock? Are you stupid? Actually, yes. Yes, they are.
押しかけるとは物騒な。当主様への敬いにあまりにも欠ける行為です。
Break into. Such an action would be quite lacking in respect for the head.
そうよね。ごめんなさい。あと30分はおとなしくしてるわ。
Oh, right. Our apologies. We'll be good for 30 more minutes.
Hello there, Adsta. Adsta. Am I playing Umineko Project version? I'm not sure what you mean by that. I do have, like, I have it modded so that, well, and you can see we have the different sprites, and I guess the dialogue box is different. That's it? Okay. Yeah. Looks all nice and fancy.
Hmm. 30分後にも同じ笑いが浮かべられるか楽しみだわ。
I look forward to seeing if you can keep that same smile up 30 minutes from now.
親父殿が死んでいると本気で信じているのかね。
Oh, you honestly believe that father is dead?
それを今さら議論する気はないわ。お父様がここにやってくればいいだけの話。兄さんを言いまかす必要なんて何もないもの。
I have no desire to discuss that now. We can wait until father comes here. There's absolutely no need for me to argue you down, Nisan.
後ろ宮家当主は正当なる人間へ正当なる手続き。お前が何の策を浪したところで何も抗えんよ。
I did a whoopsie.
もちろん私もな。
The Ushiromiya headship will be passed on to the proper person in the proper manner. No matter what you may scheme, you cannot resist. Of course, the same goes for me. Smug from both sides, actually. Yeah. Well, I mean, Kraus can be smug, I guess, because he knows that Kinzo's planning to come, and he's alive. Well, at least from our perspective. But Ava has no reason to be smug right now.
何をわけのわかんないことを。今まで散々自分こそが次期当主だと威張ってきたくせに。
What are you trying to say? And after bragging all these years about being successor yourself.
お前の言葉をそのまま返そう。それを今さら議論する気はないね。親父殿がやってきて、自らの口でそれを宣言すればいいだけの話だ。お前を言い負かす必要などどこにもない。だったかな。
I'll turn your own words back on you. I have no desire to discuss that now. All that matters is for Father to come here and proclaim it with his own mouth. There's absolutely no need for me to argue you down, right? Kraus casually turned Ava's words back on her. Of course, that added oil to Ava's anger. But it didn't ignite, because in that instant, the sound of a very loud knock rang out. Both Genji and Kanon were usually very reserved when they knocked. They wouldn't hit the door with such a violent strength. It was like a judge's gavel slamming down in a call for silence. So everyone went quiet. The door opened slightly, and Genji showed himself. Is it time for Darth Kinzo? Oh boy. Then he spoke with a serious tone different from his usual one. It wasn't the tone he used when carrying out his duties. It was the tone he used when speaking for Kinzo himself. So just by hearing Genji speak like that, the siblings were struck with a sudden tension.
皆様、ご着席を。
Take your seats, everyone. At those words, the dining hall was wrapped in total silence, and everyone hurriedly returned to their designated seats. It was as though students who had been bustling about just before homeroom had suddenly returned to their seats when the teacher came, and it might even have looked humorous. But there was no way anyone would joke about it. Everyone sat in order, and Shannon, Goda, and Kumasawa stood up straight in a row by the wall.
栄光ある後宮家の当主にして、金色に輝ける六軒島の領主、後宮金蔵卿のおなりであります。
The head of the glorious Ushiromiya family and lord of Rakanjima, the island that sparkles gold. Lord Ushiromiya Kinzo has arrived. Of the double doors that led to the dining hall, Genji opened the right door from the inside, and Kanon opened the left door from the outside. My eyes! And welcomed by a respectful bow from those two, majestically fluttering his cape, Kinzo appeared. Kinzo's gait had a dignified weight to it, and it was hard to believe that he had reportedly been at the end of his life. Genji pulled back Kinzo's seat and motioned for him to sit. But Kinzo stayed standing, signaling with his chin for Genji to move back.
Yokoso, Shogun. 六軒島へ。何を怯えた顔をしておるのか、エヴァ。
Welcome to Rockinjima, ladies and gentlemen. Why the frightened face, Ava?
いえ、そんな怯えてるなんて。お父様が大変お元気そうなので、ほっとしただけで。
No. Why would I be frightened? I'm just relieved to find you in excellent spirits, Father.
おおエヴァ、お前は相変わらず面白いな。クラウスとの賭けに負けて悔しいと素直に言えばよいのに言えないよな。
Ava, you're as amusing as ever, aren't you? Why don't you just honestly say how frustrated you are at losing your bet with Kraus? You can't say it, can you?
Ava realized that their conversation during the day had indeed been leaked to Kinzo, and she hung her head, turning red.
さてと、我が息子たち娘たち、そしてその伴侶の諸君、お前たちの終身している我が財産と当主の継承について、今宵は重要な発表をしようと思う。
Well then, my sons and daughters and their companions, tonight I shall make an important announcement regarding my inheritance and the succession that you all seem so keen on.
まず最初に、私はひどく失望していることを伝えようと思う。それは、今日まで誰にもあの碑文の謎を解くことができなかったということだ。
But first, I must tell you how incredibly disappointed I am. After all, until this very day, no one has been able to solve the riddle of the epitaph.
Even though Kinzo said he was disappointed, a condescending smile rose to his face, as though there was no way the likes of these could have solved it, and his gaze passed through all of them.
私はあれを解けた者に全てを譲り渡すつもりでいた。しかし、今日までに誰も解くことができず、我が全ては誰にも継承されることなく、ここに至っているわけだ。
I had planned to hand over everything to the one who could solve it, but none have been able to solve it before today. And here we stand, with nothing of mine passed down to anyone.
情けない。お前たちの中にそれを受け継ぐ資格を持つ人間が現れなかったことが、私は心底残念であり、そして情けなくざまあないと思っている。
How shameful! To think that not one among you had come forward with the qualifications to succeed me. How truly disappointing, and shameful, and pathetic!
Yeah, the eyes. They do be creepy. The siblings hung their heads in silence. Of course, they would have solved it if they could. True, they couldn't deny that they'd wasted a golden opportunity, but it was just so hard.
よって、私は碑文の謎にて我が継承者を選ぶことをここに中止することを宣言する。 つまりはタイムオーバー。ゲームオーバーというわけだ。残念だったな、お前たち。お前たちには等しく公平にチャンスがあったはずなのに、それが今ここについえた。
Therefore, I am proclaiming here and now that I will suspend the use of the epitaph's riddle as a method of choosing my successor. In short, time's up. This is game over. And what a shame for you all. Even though it should have given you an equal chance, an equal and fair chance, that's gone now.
It truly sounded like Kinzo was making a victory proclamation.
ならば、当主は長男のクラウスに継承されるのか？答えはノーである。
In that case, will my oldest son Kraus succeed the headship? The answer is no. Oops. I had the wrong voice on for that.
わかっているよな、クラウス。お前には確かに次期当主という肩書きを与えた。だが、お前はそれに溺れただけだ。次期当主というのはどういう意味かわかるか？
You understand, right, Kraus? I certainly gave you the title of successor, but all you did was let it go to your head. Do you know what a successor is?
お父さんの後を継ぐという意味です。
Have to say the no in English like him, yeah. It means the person who will inherit your position after you, father.
違う！次期当主というのは当主が約束されたものではない。
Wrong. The position of successor isn't something that's guaranteed by the current head at all.
いいか、クラウス。二度と教えないからよく聞けよ。次期当主というのはな、自分以外にも当主を狙う奴がいたら、その花を徹底的にへし折って二度と逆らえないようにしてやる奴のことを言うのだ。
Listen up, Kraus. I won't tell you this again. A successor is what you call someone who finds everything... Someone who finds everyone else who's after the headship, thoroughly breaks their noses, and makes it so they can never disobey him again.
これは何も当主だけのことではない。金についても言える。金持ちというのは金を持っているやつのことではない。自分より金を持っているやつすべてを叩き潰し、そして誰よりも金をかき集められるやつのことを言うのだ。
This is not only something that can be said of the headship. It's the same with money. A rich person doesn't mean someone who has money. It means someone who crushes everyone who had more money than himself, and who scrabbles together more money than anyone else.
才能も同じ。 天才とは才能に秀でたやつのことではない。自分より秀でたやつを全て叩き潰し、自分を天才と全ての人間に呼ばせることを力とカリスマで強要できるやつを指している。お前はその全てにおいて勘違いしているのだよ。だから次期当主の器ではないのだよ。
It's the same with talent. A genius is not what you call a person blessed with talent. It means a person who crushes everyone with more talent than themselves. A person who can coerce geniuses and all other people to call them that using strength and charisma. You have a mistaken impression when it comes to all of these things. So you aren't of the right caliber to be my successor.
I'll take your words to heart. Perhaps that truly was Kinzo's philosophy. As a result of faithfully carrying out that rant-like philosophy of his, Kinzo had glorified the Ushiromiya family to the state that it was in today. It may be hard to imagine after his immersion in the occult in recent years, but that brutally overbearing outlook was no more or less than Ushiromiya Kinzo's charisma and aura.
このような不甲斐ないクラウスに後ろ宮家の全てを継承する資格などない。ならばエヴァ、ルドルフ、ローザの3人にはあるのか？
Such an unsatisfactory person is not qualified to inherit everything of the Ushiromiya family. In that case, is Ava, Rudolph, or Rosa qualified?
これもノーである。碑文の謎を解けず、さりとてクラウスを引きずり下ろす策も浪せず。お前たちにできたのは3人寄せ集めで共同戦線を張ってクラウスから金をせびろうとしたことだけ。しかもその策も浅はかそのもの。クラウス一人を追い詰めることさえできやしない。情けないことこの上なし。
Again, no. You were unable to solve the riddle, and you were also unable to use a scheme to drag Kraus down. All the three of you managed to do was gather together in a united front to try and extort money from Kraus. And even that scheme was thoughtless. You can't even corner Kraus all by himself. There could be nothing more shameful.
次期当主の座をどんなことをしてでも奪い取ろうという貪欲さが足りぬ。欲しいもののためにはいかなる犠牲も払い、どこまでも貪欲となるべし、強欲となるべし。幸運の女神は貪欲なる者にこそ微笑む。その野生の精神がないお前たち3人にクラウス同様に継承の資格などありはしない。
You lack the avarice to steal away the position of successor by any means. In order to get what you want, you should sacrifice everything, becoming as covetous and greedy as possible. The goddess of luck smiles upon the greedy. You three who don't have that wild spirit are as unfit for the succession as Kraus is.
I love Darth Kinzo. Ava and the rest had no words to respond with, and they couldn't calculate what it was Kinzo was about to say. Was Kinzo actually planning to proclaim that no one would succeed the headship? If so, That would work to Ava, Rosa, and Rudolph's advantage. After all, in the end, they'd just have to renegotiate everything among the siblings after Kinzo's death, splitting the inheritance evenly. A drink. It would surely be more troublesome if a specific person's name was raised and proclaimed to be the successor. But would Kinzo really say something to benefit any of the four siblings after demeaning them so much?
まさか誰にも引き継がないからと財産を全て慈善団体にでも寄付するとか言い出すつもりじゃないでしょうね。
You don't think he's going to say that because no one will succeed him, he'll donate all of his fortune to charity or something, right? I feel like this is not going to go the way they think it will go. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I almost feel like Kinzo's gonna outright kill everybody. And just be like, game over, lol. I mean, he's basically said it's game over. He said that the epitaph doesn't matter anymore. Let's see, is there... Oh yeah, there's four people outside. So, if Kinzo kills everybody here, then that would be the perfect number for the epitaph. And he doesn't have to die himself. Or wait, well yeah, Cannon's here. I wasn't sure if he was here for a moment because he had such little presence. That would I mean, we've been in episode 4 for a while now. I could see it ending like that. I don't know, we'll see.
お父様ならやりかねないという恐怖はあるわ。
I'm afraid I wouldn't put it past father.
頭に血が上ってるだけさ。しばらくは聞き流すしかねえ。
The blood's just risen to his head. We can't do anything but let him talk for now.
ではお父さん、次期当主についてはどういうお考えをお持ちですか?
Well then, father, what thoughts do you have regarding the succession of the headship?
お前たちに完全に失望した以上、私は誰に引き継ぐ気も失った。よって後宮家はこれで終わる。私の代で終わりだ。
Since I am so utterly disappointed in all of you, I've lost the desire to hand it over to anyone. Therefore, the Ushiromiya family will end here. It ends with my generation.
そういうわけには。
That cannot.
後宮家などあの震災の時にとっくに滅んでおるわ。今の後宮家など私がつかの間だけ見ている黄金の幻想に過ぎぬのだ。私が夢より覚めれば終わる程度のもの。この世など全ては夢、幻。生など死という目覚めの前には白チュームと同じよ。ああ、そうだ。元よりそうだったのだ。私が死ぬ時に全てを失うのがベアトリーチェとの契約、そして呪い。そうはいくか、ベアトリーチェ。お前を捕らえるのはこの私だ。今宵 それは現実となるだろう。
The Ushiromiya family was crushed long ago in that earthquake. The current Ushiromiya family is nothing but an illusion of the gold I'm glimpsing for an instant. The likes of which will end when I awaken from my slumber. Everything in this world is a dream, an illusion. Life is but a daydream before the awakening called death. Ah, yes. That's how it was from the beginning. That I should lose everything when I die was part of Beatrice's contract, and her curse. As if I'd let you, Beatrice. I will be the one who captures you. Tonight, that goal will be realized.
For a while, Kinzo was overcome with cackling, and his eyes bulged. Whenever he talked about Beatrice, it was always both eloquent and insane.
お前たちのような愚かなる息子たちなどまさに白昼夢。初めからいなかったも同然よ。消えろ、覚めろ。真実の私のまどろみと共に消え去ってしまえ。私を継承するに値する何者も築き上げてこなかった出来損ないどもめ。
Foolish children such as yourselves are daydreams. It's as though you were never there from the beginning. Disappear. Wake up. Disappear from the doze of the truth that I am. You failures that have not built up anything that makes you worthy to succeed me.
金蔵さん、よろしいかな。
Kinzo-san, if I may.
何か我が友よ。
What is it, my friend?
Nanjo nervously raised his hand, asking to speak. Kinzo allowed him to.
金蔵さんの気持ちもわかる。子供たちを愛するがゆえに大きな期待を寄せ、それゆえに期待を裏切られたような気持ちになる親心。同じく子供や孫を持つ身としてよくわかります。
I understand how you feel, Kinzo-san. Because you love your children, you expect a lot of them. And as a parent and grandparent myself, I understand how parental affection can make you feel as though your expectations were betrayed.
しかし、金蔵さんは非凡だ。天才だ。
I almost forgot Nanjo's here. He didn't exist until right now.
そんな金蔵さんに追いついて当然というんではちょいとひどすぎるんじゃないかね。それでもそんな金蔵さんに追いつこうとクラウスさんもエヴァさんもルドルフさんもローザさんもそしてその伴侶の皆さんもよく頑張っています。
However, you are extraordinary, Kinzo-san. A genius. Isn't saying that it's only natural for them to catch up to you a little too harsh? Despite that, Kraus-san, Ava-san, Rudolph-san, Rosa-san, and all of their partners have done their very best to catch up with you.
ほほう。よく頑張ってどの程度の金を稼ぎ上げたというのか。事業にことごとく失敗して借金を抱え、未だに私のすねをかじろうという間抜けどものどこがよく頑張っていると言えるのか。
Oh, and just how much money have they built up with this, doing their best? After these cowards fail completely in ventures and gain debt, and still try to sponge off me, How can you say they did their very best?
この世のすべては金として結晶しているのだ。それがつかめぬということは、この世を掴んでおらぬということ。魂がこの世をしっかり掴んでおらぬということは、生きるに値せぬということだ。消えろ。我が生と現実から消え去ってしまえ。
Money is the crystallization of everything in this world. If you cannot grasp that, then you cannot grasp the world. If a life cannot strongly grasp this world, it doesn't deserve to live. Disappear. Disappear from my life and reality.
それは暴論です。その理論から言ったら、私だって生きていてはいけないことになる。そんな私でも、金蔵さんと過ごしたチェスの時間は、共に価値あるものだったと信じていますぞ。世の中、お金で買えないものもたくさんあることを、金蔵さん自身が誰よりもご存知のはずだ。
That's a reckless argument. With that logic, even I must not live. Even so, I believe the time I spent playing chess with you was worthwhile for both of us, Kinzo-san. You should know better than anyone else that there are many things in this world that cannot be bought with money. As the siblings motionlessly hung their heads, they cheered Nanjo on inside their hearts. Not one of the siblings could offer their opinion in front of Kinzo in a rage, but Kinzo's close friend Nanjo alone was allowed to. Even though Kinzo had raged so fiercely, after being admonished by Nanjo, he nodded several times as though in agreement. This surprisingly obedient side of him might have seemed cute, but there was no one here who could laugh.
確かに息子さんたちは、金蔵さんほどの財は築き上げられなかったかもしれない。まあ、それでも私から見れば、羨ましいほどのお金持ちではありますがな。
It may be true that your children haven't built up as great a fortune as you have, Kinzo-san. Though, even so, they're rich enough to make me jealous.
しかし、お金だけでなく、お金では買えないたくさんのものを築き上げました。それについて言えば、金蔵さんにも負けないくらいです。
But beside money, they have also built up many things that cannot be bought with money. When it comes to that, they are in no way inferior to you, Kinzo-san.
ほう。金で買えぬ何を積み上げたというのか。
Oh? And what do you claim that they have built up that cannot be bought with money?
幸せです。家族です。彼らは素晴らしい伴侶を見つけ、子を産み、それぞれの幸せな家庭を築かれています。あなたの一族を繁栄させ、そして孫を連れ帰ってきてくれました。
Happiness, family. They have found wonderful partners, had children, and each has built up their own happy homes. They have glorified your family name, and have brought back grandchildren.
孫はいいですぞ。私たち年寄りは、私たちには見ることもかなわぬ新しき時代を生きるだろう若き孫に、無限の未来を想像するのです。
Nando really trying? Kinzo is unimpressed.
それは老境の唯一の楽しみではありませんか。
Grandchildren are wonderful. We older people can look at these young grandchildren who will live on into a new era that we will not even be given a chance to see. And in them, we can imagine an endless future. Isn't that the sole entertainment we have in our old age?
思い出しなさい、金蔵さん。 彼らが初めて孫を連れて帰ってくれた時の喜びを、息子さんたちは、そして孫たちは金蔵さんの偉業を後の世まで伝え模範としてくれることでしょう。それはお金がいくらあろうとも孤独なる身にはなせぬことです。
Remember, Kinzo-san. Remember your joy when they first brought back their grandchildren. Your children and your grandchildren will carry your great works on to future generations, setting an example. That is something that an individual cannot accomplish no matter how much money they have. Siblings all nodded in agreement. Certainly, Kinzo had looked happy when his grandchildren had just been born, back when he still had some sanity in his heart. However, did Kinzo's heart still contain a human's warmth?
それはつまり、私が成した巨万の富の代わりに、金を儲ける代わりに孫を儲けたと、そういうわけか。
In other words, in exchange for the vast riches I created, instead of gaining money, I have gained my grandchildren?
いえいえ、そういう意味では。
No, that's not what I...
私が稼ぎ上げた数百億という財産の代わりに、息子たちは一人ずつ孫を設けたというわけか。
So, in exchange for the several tens of billions in wealth that I have built up, I have gained a single grandchild from each of my children?
それは素晴らしい。つまりは100億を投じて命を一つ生み出したと。そういうわけだ。これは面白い。錬金術的に考えて実に面白い例えではないか。
This is wonderful. So I have created a single life using 10 billion yen? That's how it is. Interesting. Truly an interesting example in the alchemical sense, right?
ほう、なんと価値ある孫たちなのか。素晴らしい、素晴らしい。そうなのか、クラウス。お前の娘には100億の価値があるというのか。
Oh, what valuable grandchildren. Wonderful, wonderful. Is that right, Kraus? Is your daughter worth 10 billion yen?
Man, as a father, you better say yes. Kraus couldn't answer instantly. It wasn't that he didn't have confidence in his daughter. It was because he didn't have a clue what Kinzo was trying to test him with in this question. But when Natsuhi was then pressed for an answer, she responded, breaking Kraus's silence with an answer of her own interpretation.
はい。ジェシカは100億のお金を積まれても手放せない娘です。その意味において、お金では数えられない価値があると信じています。
Yes, Jessica is a daughter I wouldn't let go of even for 10 billion yen. In that sense, I believe she has a value that can't be measured with money.
ほう、100億の価値があると言い切るか。ほうほう。エヴァはどうか。お前のところのジョージはどうだ。
Oh, so you can state for certain that she's worth 10 billion. Oh. What about you, Ava? What about your George?
Since Natsuhi had answered that way, Ava naturally came up with her own answer as well. Even though Ava should have known better than to respond to Should have known better than to respond to a provocative question like this. She answered as well.
お父様。ジョージには100億の、いいえ、それ以上の価値があります。それはお金で買えないという抽象的な意味ではありません。ジョージは必ずや自らの価値に等しいだけの財産を築き上げるでしょう。お父様の偉業を継ぐにふさわしい孫となるはずです。
Yes, father. George is worth 10 billion. No, even more than that. And that's not in the abstract sense of things money can't buy. George will certainly build up a fortune equal to his worth. He'll become a grandson worthy of carrying on your great works, father.
Yeah. Ava just trying to one-up everybody. Oh my. Ava sent a glance at Hideyoshi and Natsuki, as if she'd scored a point. Yeah. When she heard what Ava had said, Natsuki was about to add more praise for her daughter, but stopped at a glare from Kraus.
なるほど。ならばルドルフはどうか。お前のところのバトラはどうだというのか。
I see. And what about you, Rudolph? What about your battler?
Also, there's Ange. So technically he got 2 grandchildren.
うちのバトラーはジョージ君に比べられちゃ言われることは何もねえ。誘拐されて身代金を100億よこせと脅されたらのしをつけて進呈したい程度のやつではある。
Compared to George-kun, there's nothing about Battler I can brag about. If he was kidnapped and we were threatened with a ransom of 10 billion, I'd feel like sticking a bow on the guy and letting them have him. Wow, what a time for jokes, Rudolph. He's just... throwing her under the bus. Yeah. Wonder how Kyrie feels about that. I'm sure she knows better than to speak up. Yeah. I bet Kyrie is thinking overtime. Like, what the heck is Kinzo doing?
さらにバカで無鉄砲だ。偉そうな夢やできるわけもねえことを語り出す。その一点においてはバカ100億人分に匹敵する大バカだろうさ。
On top of that, he's an idiot and reckless. He talks about grand dreams and things that couldn't be done. I guess in that way, he's a super idiot worth the equivalent of 10 billion normal idiots.
Wow.
だがバカもできねえ凡人どもが100億人束になってもできねえことをきっとあいつはやり出すだろうよ。ま、俺はどうせこけるだろうとは思ってる。世の中は甘くねえ。
But I'm sure that guy could do things that even a group of 10 billion average people couldn't do. Well, I'm pretty sure he'll fall flat on his face. The world isn't easy.
しかし、100億の凡人を眺めるよりは、奴の人生は干渉して愉快なものになるだろうことだけは疑ってねえぜ。
But at the very least, there's no doubt that watching over his life will be more fun than looking at 10 billion average people. Ava clicked her tongue at that clever style of speech, which would probably match Kinzo's tastes. Apparently, Rudolph had done that on purpose, so he grinned back at her.
マリアはどうか?
What of Maria?
I find it interesting that he didn't say anything there. About Battler, that is.
マリアは私の可愛いたった一人の娘です。
How many average people would battle with a witch? This is true.
お金の価値で測れるものではありません。それだけです。
Maria is my adorable and only daughter. Her value cannot be measured with money. That is all.
なるほど。夢と未来、奇跡と可能性は我が魔力の源泉だ。希望をなくしていかなる魔法も力を持ちはしない。
I see. Dreams and the future, miracles and possibilities are the source of my magical power. No magic without hopes holds any strength.
すでに凡百であることを証明してしまったお前たちには何を期待することもかなわないが。なるほど。孫たちには未来の可能性があり、魔法的奇跡を期待する価値はあり得るというわけか。
I cannot expect any more from you who have proven to be average. But I see. My grandchildren hold future possibilities, and expecting a magical miracle from them may be worthwhile.
それをもって100億以上の価値と言ってみせるなら、わからぬでもない。
If you're saying that, in this way they are worth more than 10 billion. Yes. I can see where you're coming from.
When Kinzo got in a rage, he wouldn't let anyone speak up. But even so, he would sometimes accept something on his own while yelling by himself, and change his own opinion. That's what this felt like to the siblings. Apparently, even though Kinzo had been disgusted by his unsuccessful children, and had cast them away as being unfit for the inheritance of his title or his fortune, he wasn't sure about his grandchildren. At this rate, he might soon say that the inheritance would go to his grandchildren instead of the siblings. As the siblings sat in fear of what their fickle and short-tempered father might suddenly think of next, they carefully watched his every move.
考えを少し改めよ。お前たちに我が全てを継承する気は全くない。
Let me change my thinking a little. Oops.
しかし、孫たちの誰かにその資格があるかどうかを問うのはなかなかに面白いことだ。
Let me change my thinking a little. I have absolutely no desire to hand over all I have to any of you.
いつまでも子供だと思っておったが、ひょっとすると私を驚かせるような原石のきらめきを見せてくれるかもしれぬ。
However, it will be quite interesting to question the grandchildren to see if one of them is qualified. I've always thought of them as mere kids. But there's a chance I'll find a shining gem amongst them that will catch me off guard.
そしてそれを期待し試すのは、なるほど。我が余生最後の道楽としても捨てがたい。さて、これはどうしたものか。
And testing them for that would be... Yes. It would be a shame to abandon that final side trip in my remaining life. Well then, what shall I do?
ジョージならお父様の後を継ぐにふさわしいと私は自信を持って推薦できます。
I can, with confidence, recommend George as someone fitting to follow after you. Ava, shut. Shut thine mouth. Ava claimed that right away. Natsui looked like she was about to follow along, but Kraus gave her a look telling her to restrain herself, so she swallowed her words.
勇ましいではないか。では、こうしよう。 後宮家の家督と財産のすべてを受け継ぐ資格があるかどうか、孫たちに個別に問おうではないか。
How bold. Then let us do this. I will individually question the grandchildren to see if they are qualified to succeed the Ushiromiya family inheritance and wealth. Okay.
Well, I gotta take a... I don't know how long the scene's gonna go on yet, so... Before we go any further, I need to take a quick bathroom break. I will be back in just a few minutes. Alright, I'm back. Sorry, it took a little longer than I expected there. I got sidetracked. Let's see. Okay, yeah, so Kinzo was just about to question the grandchildren. This will be interesting.
お父様。
しかしそれはお前たちの誰かに間接的に家督を引き継ぐという意味ではない。お前たちにはすでに失望しているのだ。お前たちに与えるものは今や何もない。何もな。私が問うのは孫たちだ。そして引き継ぐかもしれないのも孫たちだ。それを決して勘違いするな。
However, that does not mean that one of you will indirectly receive the inheritance. I am already disappointed in you all. There is no longer anything I have to give you. Not a thing. The ones I will question are my grandchildren, and the ones who might succeed me are my grandchildren. Make absolutely sure that you do not mistake this. Understood?
Felt like Rudolph might be the one to take the most offense to it. Not sure. David care that much? Well, I don't know. I mean, Ava would be happy for George, but they do also need money for their own business because they gotta rebuy the stock. And then, let's see. Kraus and Natsuhi. I don't know. I don't know. I feel like Rudolph would be more laid back about it. Kraus might be more upset about it. And then Rosa. I don't know. I don't know. Rosa is Rosa. It's hard to fathom her.
お父さんの判断に従います。
I shall obey father's decision.
同じくだ。親父の決定に従うぜ。なあ、兄貴。
Same here. I'll go along with what he decides. What about you, Aniki?
もちろんよ。お父様が賢明な判断をされると信じています。
Of course. I believe father will make a wise judgment.
私もお父様の判断に従います。
I will also obey father's decision.
Okay, so is he gonna like kill everybody and then question them? I don't know. I just have this feeling from Kinzo that he's gonna kill everybody except for the kids. But I could be completely wrong.
孫たちをどのように試すかは考えよう。そしてそれはお前たちには今さら関係のない話だ。当主継承とお前たちはもはや何の関係もないのだから。だからこの場ではお前たちに関係のあるもう一つの話をしようではないか。
I shall think of how to test my grandchildren, which means this is no longer any business of yours. After all, none of you are involved with the succession in any way now. So right here, right now, perhaps we should discuss a different matter that does involve you.
Is it Darthing time? Oh, Darthing time doesn't sound too bad. Let's see. Is it Younglings time? Oh my. A different matter?
それこそが今宵の、そして後ろ宮家最後の親族会議の本当の理由だ。お前たちに求めるのは議論でも意見でもない。我が儀式に協力を求めるためだ。
Indeed, that is tonight's true purpose, and the true purpose for this final Ushiromiya family conference as well. I have no desire to hear your thoughts and opinions. I demand only your assistance. Assistance in my ceremony.
Your ceremony?
静かに。お父様がお話をなさっている最中よ。
Quiet! Father's talking now. Rudolph and the rest had automatically narrowed their brows at the occult-like word. Would he be planning to start some strange ceremony involving Beatrice's resurrection again? And he wanted their assistance? What in the world was he planning to do? In the past, he had carried out many eccentricities that he called by the same name, such as starting to burn a strange incense and filling the whole mansion with the stench. To the siblings, a ceremony was nothing more than one of the aged Kinzo's obnoxious hobbies.
お父さん、儀式とは一体。
Father, just what do you mean by that?
私たちに協力できることなら何でもご協力します。ねえ、ローザ。
If we can assist you, we'll do anything. Right, Rosa? Ava. Oh, Ava. I don't know if you'll do anything. Or at least you won't like doing anything.
ええ。でも、一体何を
Yes, but what in the world is it?
私が碑文に刻んだ通りの儀式だ。ベアトリーチェを蘇らせ、黄金鏡の扉を開く儀式である。肉体の檻を逃れ、私の指の隙間を嘲笑うようにすり抜けるあの魔女を、今度こそ捕らえ、屈服させる私の最大の秘術だ。そのために13人もの命を生贄に捧げねばならぬがな。
A ceremony is inscribed in my epitaph. A ceremony to revive Beatrice and open the door to the Golden Land. That witch who escaped her cage of flesh and sneeringly slipped through my fingers, I shall now capture and force into submission with my greatest hidden art. For that purpose, I must offer 13 people as sacrifices.
Yo, was I right? Is he gonna do it?
13人もの生贄は容易には集まらん。しかし、今宵は親族会議。これだけの大人数が六軒島に集まった。この儀式が行えるのは今日を置いて他にないのだ。
Gathering 13 people's worth of sacrifices is no easy feat. But tonight is the family conference. Many adults have gathered on Rockinjima. There could be no other day on which to carry out this ceremony.
Taken literally, it sounded like he was telling them to become human sacrifices for his dark ceremony and die. Ridiculous. Clueless. Was it some kind of metaphor? Oh yeah, definitely, right. But they didn't even have a clue what he was trying to illustrate. The siblings whispered together about what Kinzo was saying. Dad going on about? Is this his usual sickness? Probably. Listen silently for now.
ごめんなさい、お父様。どういう意味でおっしゃられているのかわかりかねます。
I'm sorry, Father. I don't understand what you mean by that.
I feel like Ava's gonna be the first one to die.
何がわかりかねるというのか。私は至極単純に話している。ベアトリーチェを蘇らせる儀式のために、この島にいる人間から13人を選び、生贄に捧げようと言っている。
As I think Ava is going to be the first one to die.
何の価値もないお前たちも、我が儀式の生贄としてなら大いに役に立てるというわけだ。
What is it you don't understand? I'm making this extremely simple. I told you that I'll choose 13 of the humans on this island and offer them as sacrifices in a ceremony to revive Beatrice. Even worthless people like you can be very useful as sacrifices in my ceremony.
Anyone I'm hoping stays alive? Not particularly. Like, I'm pretty sure everybody but Kinzo in this room is about to die. That's my guess. Because that's 13 people, aside from Kinzo.
これは冗談でも何でもない。我が人生の最後に欲する最後の賭け、最後の儀式である。この島には今13人を超える人間がいる。つまりこの膨大な数の生贄を容易に満たせるだけの頭数が存在するというわけだ。お前たちは我が儀式の生贄となれ。
Listen, this is not a joke or anything of the sort. This is my final bet, my final ceremony, the last one I will desire in my life. There are now more than 13 humans on this island. In short, that's a head count that can easily satisfy the massive number of sacrifices I require. Become the sacrifices for my ceremony.
金蔵さん、あんたまさかあの話は本気だったのかね。冗談ではなく。
Kinzo-san, you weren't serious about what you said back then, were you? It wasn't a joke. Unusually for him, Nanjo's face changed color as he stood up and shouted. It seemed this wasn't the first time Nanjo had heard all this dark talk about 13 sacrifices.
すまんな我が友よ。あれは冗談でも何でもない。我が生涯を賭して最後に挑む儀式でありゲームなのだよ。
Sorry, my friend. That was no joke nor anything of the sort. It is what I bet my life on. The final ceremony. The final game that I will attempt.
そう、これはゲームだ。お前たちにとって我が財産を得て島を出ることがゴールならば、それを達する方法は2つしかない。13人の生贄から逃れ見事生き残り、今更ながら碑文の謎を解いて儀式を止めてみせるか。
私を殺し、この儀式を止めてみせるか。この二つしかない。
Yes, this is a game. If gaining my fortune and leaving the island is your goal, then there are only two ways to achieve it. Will you escape being chosen as one of the 13 sacrifices and spectacularly survive by finally solving the riddle of the epitaph and spouting the ceremony? Or will you kill me and thereby stopping the ceremony? Those are your only two options.
By now, everyone wasn't just whispering, but chattering and muttering away. Even the siblings had noticed that Kinzo was beginning to act abnormally.
お父さん、少しお疲れなのでは。源氏さん、お父さんは少し酒を。
Father, are you a little tired? Genji-san, has father been drinking?
いいえ、親方様はご明晰であらせられます。
No, the master is sensible.
悪いけど親父、何を言い出すのかさっぱりだぜ。親父が愛する魔女を蘇らせるためにどんな怪しげな儀式を追っ始めてもそりゃ自由だぜ。親父の趣味なんだからな。だがそいつに巻き込まれて生贄にされるのはまっぴらごめんだぜ。
Sorry, Dad. I don't have a clue what you're talking about. Dad's free to start up any weird ceremony he wants to revive the witch he loves. That's his hobby. But getting wrapped up in that, and being made into a human sacrifice, is a little more than I can handle.
ルドルフ、お父様の話に口を挟む気？
Rudolph, are you trying to interrupt father? That is the sound of my massive facepalm. As a random thought, I wanted to ask something aside from Kinzo, of course. Oh? Okay. Who would I say is the most ruthless person on the island? I mean, I'm sort of biased because of the scenes that we've had in the past episode or two. But I'd say either Ava or Rosa. Rudolph could be, sort of, maybe, but I don't think he's as ruthless as them, at least from what I've seen. He's too jokey. I don't know. And Kraus... I don't know, he doesn't really seem like ruthless. He's... I don't know, very tough, but not necessarily ruthless, I guess. But yeah, Rosa can go wild, and Ava... Well, we've had Ava Beatrice, so, yeah. I mean, I guess maybe we could say Genji. Genji could be a possibility because, like, he did stab and kill, I think, both Shannon and Cannon in the one episode. Was that 3 or 2? Because he knew they were going to die anyway, but he didn't necessarily have to do that. I mean, he did that sort of to save them from a worse fate, I guess. Maybe, I mean, you could sort of count that as ruthless, but also not. I don't know. Well, and then there's Kinzo, who set up this entire game. I was sort of forgetting about him. We've got Darth Kinzo. I mean, honestly, this episode, it's looking like Darth Kinzo is the most ruthless. Because he's ready to sacrifice everybody here. Oh, right, you said aside from Kinzo. That's right. Yeah. But yeah, I'd still probably say either Ava or Rosa, from what we've seen so far. So we shall see.
何言ってんだ兄貴。こんな物騒な話に、はいそうですかでうなずけるわけねえだろ。
What are you talking about, Aniki? You expect me to listen to something that shady and say, oh, really? Was the ceremony Kinzo had mentioned literally something disturbing? Or was it some kind of test to choose the successor? Man, they're all giving off dense protagonist vibes right now. Man straight out says he wants to either kill them or have them kill him. And they're just like, huh, what does he mean by this? Guys, this isn't literature class. It seemed that Rudolph had taken it literally, but Ava apparently still believed that it was something like a test or examination to find a proper successor. How is he supposed to enforce that? That's true. They lack the critical information. This is no ordinary Kinzo. This is Darth Kinzo. But Kinzo responded with a clear smile.
さて、私からの話は以上だ。異議も意見も何にも必要はない。4人の不出来なる息子たちがいたという私の夢が覚めるだけの話なのだ。お前たちにとってこれより目の前で起こることはまさに夢、幻、あるいはこの世のものと思えぬ理解に及ばぬ世界だろう。
Well then, that is all I have to say. No objections or opinions are necessary from you. I will simply awaken from my dream of having 4 unsuccessful children. To all of you, what will occur now before your very eyes may seem like a dream, an illusion, something that couldn't conceivably be of this world, and a world that defies understanding.
This says jump, Ava answers how high. This says die, Ava answers what method. Yeah.
しかしそれこそが我が現実。お前たちという出来の悪き浅い夢は今こそようやく覚めるのだ。
But that itself is my reality. Now I will finally awaken from the shallow, useless dream that all of you are.
さあ、もうゲームは始まっているぞ。これだけいては誰から命を奪えばいいものやら。さらばだ、出来の悪き息子たちよ。そして生涯でただ一度、そして最後に私の儀式のために役に立て。いでよ、ペンドラゴンの記念兵たちよ。
Oh snap.
Come, the game has already begun, see? With this many of you here, I can take lives starting with anyone. So long, my unsuccessful children. And for the final and only time in your lives, be useful for my ceremony. Arise, Pendragon's memorial troops.
And Kinzo raised his arms high like an opera singer and yelled as though toward a packed audience. The air shattered like glass, and the outlines of 3 people who supposedly hadn't been invited to this island appeared. Yeah, sounds like the Chester sisters. But 3? Yep.
Siesta 45, ここに。
Chester 45, right here.
Siesta 410, ここに。
Chester 410, right here.
Oh snap.
シエスタ00、ここにであります。
Chester 00, right here, sir.
Yeah, 45 is methodical and timid. 410, strong personality. Of course. Come on, there we go. 00. A weapon of the Sisters' Cavalry, which serves Pendragon. 00. 00 is their calm and composed leader. However, this is merely the role demanded of her, since she's far more frail by nature. 00 excels at reconnaissance and serving as an advanced guard, displaying extreme supremacy in unexpected encounters. However, her excessively powerful fighting strength has been called inhumane, and it isn't rare for her to be lynched and abused when she surrenders on the battlefield. Her one eye silently speaks to that. Uh-huh. Interesting. They can lose? Three girls with strange forms suddenly appeared behind Kinzo. Where from? When? Who? Who were they? The humans were thrown off balance, and their minds went blank. Because they spent all that time thinking, they lost their last chance to survive.
お前たちには6人の射殺を許可する。標的は自由だ。攻撃開始。
You have permission to shoot 6 to death. I leave the choice of targets up to you. Begin your attack.
Oh snap. Okay, so he's not going to kill all 13 at once. He's going to go in order. But he's just doing it in front of everybody. Interesting.
自由射撃了解であります。良き標的に感謝。かっこ自由射撃開始。
Unrestricted firing. Understood, sir. Thank you for granting us such excellent targets. Everyone, commence unrestricted firing.
Cycle through the Chesters a bit. We have 45. Double 0. Oh, there we go. And then 410. What in the world? What is coming across my mic here when I'm not talking? There's something on the mic? Okay. Got it? Okay.
一番乗りだにシャッハ
Me? First one in, yeah? Haha. When 410 scratched the air with her finger, a golden bow appeared in empty space, and she pulled its string. The golden arrow that had been readied there was fired off without any hesitation, flew around the room leaving haphazard gold curves everywhere, and chose Natoi from among those sitting at the table of the family conference, pulverizing the left half of her face. Oh, lovely. Flesh and deep red blood scattered around, leaving massive red splatter marks on the relatives' faces and the pure white tablecloth. Silence fell. Despite the massive number of deep red spots left on the tablecloth, no one could understand why Natsui's head was half smashed, nor why she was hanging her head as though dozing while still sitting. They watched on in silence. Those sitting on Natsui's right-hand side were silent for a relatively long time, but those sitting to her left were not. Because the people sitting on that side had been shown how her head had been smashed open like a watermelon or a pomegranate. You could even see inside her. Oh, that's not pleasant. Oof.
まずは一人夏日か最後まで運のない女だ次
One down. Natsuri, is it? A luckless woman to the end. Next.
Okay, well, it wasn't Ava. Ava was not the first to die. Yeah, rip Chad Suhi. Golden Slaughterer. Truly a golden slaughter.
00射撃
Double O, firing. Okay, she's supposed to be really ruthless. So, let's see what she does. After scratching the empty air in the same way and readying her bow, 00 fired as well. After it flew around and around at high speeds like the golden arrow 410 had released, drawing a convoluted curve in the same manner, it smashed half of Rudolph's head in the same way as he looked at Natsui in shock, killing him instantly. Rip Rudolph. This time, everyone managed to avoid freezing up mentally. They realized that a fearsome murder had started playing out right in front of them, just as Kinzo had said. And they realized that Kinzo would probably kill even more. Shrill screams burst out. Even so, they didn't know what to do. So they could only keep screaming and flapping their wide open mouths like goldfish. Father, what do you think you're doing? I feel like Ava's definitely going to be one of the 6 to die, though. She's just acting too derpy. You fool! Run now! As Ava asked Kinzo that in total shock, Hideyoshi, who had come to his senses faster than anyone else and risen to his feet, pulled at her arm from behind. However, merciless fate's choice for the 3rd sacrifice was Hideyoshi. No, Hideyoshi! Man, they took out the smart one. Just like 2 before him, half of Hideyoshi's head was neatly smashed, and the right side of his head, which had happened to be facing that direction at the time, had been blown away with its contents exposed like a watermelon or a pomegranate. So still holding Ava, Hideyoshi slumped backwards and fell down. Still held by her beloved husband, Ava fell over backward with him. Ava screamed. It was only natural. The face she had been looking for had been half lost, and the crushed skull, the mashed brains, and the crushed jaw all lay bare.
45着弾命中
45, impact, it's a hit.
見事だ。続けて撃て。残りは3人であるぞ。
Spectacular. Fire again. 3 more remain.
お父さん。これは何の真似です。
Father, what is this supposed to be? When Kraus stood up forcefully and was about to rush Kinzo, 00 blocked him. With her slender-looking body, she held back Kraus with just the palm of her right hand. He still tried to resist and attack Kinzo, so 00 lifted Kraus by the nape of the neck and twisted into his Adam's apple with her thumb. It seemed to be very painful, and Kraus was overcome with agony.
みんな逃げろ。警察、救急。早く。
Everyone, run! Get the police! An ambulance! Quickly!
皆さん、逃げましょう。逃げるんだ。
Everyone, let's escape! Escape! Nanjo's sharp words finally dissolved the spell that had been holding them down in their chairs. When Goda and Kumasawa each tried to escape from the dining hall first, 410 moved in an instant and appeared there, blocking the way.
にひすっとろいに逃がすと思ったかに
You sure are slow, yeah? Did you think I'd let you escape, yeah?
お助け
Help me!
ゴーダさん、伏せて
Kyrie. Goda-san, duck! Even though Goda didn't understand, he crouched when he heard Kyrie's sharp voice. Then a burst of air rushed above his head. Kyrie had taken a big swing with a chair to mow 410 down. But 410, still with a mocking expression, easily caught that widely swung chair with a single hand.
おっかない女だに旦那の後がそんなに追いたい
What a scary woman, yeah? You really want to go the same way as your husband that much? From the cuff of her arm where she had caught the chair, something like a shining golden snake appeared, wrapped itself around the chair, and burst open. It was a fearsome power, like a vice. When Kyrie realized that the being in front of her, which looked like a girl, was actually something that surpassed human knowledge, and that a human could not even begin to oppose, her head was filled with a fierce alarm bell that welled up from deep inside her. Genji, Shannon, and Cannon, all of the servants permitted to wear the one-winged eagle, continued to stand calmly at attention by the wall, even with a scene like this before their eyes, making them look very bizarre and eerie. For an instant, Kyrie thought that they'd managed to stay calm because they were with the enemy, and had been given a guarantee that they wouldn't be killed. But as soon as she thought that, the side of Genji's face was blown away before her eyes.
45着弾命中
45, impact, it's a hit.
ほほ、源氏め、これは運が悪い。安らかに眠れ、我が友よ。そなたの死は無駄にはならぬぞ。我が愛しき魔女復活の重要なる13の鍵の一つとなるのだから。
Oh, Genji, how unfortunate. Rest in peace, my friend. Your death will not be wasted. You will become one of the 13 keys essential to the resurrection of my beloved witch.
The half of Genji's expression that remained was as indifferent as ever. He tilted, fell over, and sent a blood-red splatter out across the floor. Lovely.
源氏様。
僕たちなんて所詮は魔女の駒なんだ。所詮
We're nothing more than the witch's pieces. Nothing more. Nothing more. From the meek and frustrated, no, resigned expressions on Shannon and Cannon's faces, one couldn't sense any naive hopes that they'd be rescued. That's right. Kinzo was, in the truest sense, carrying out these murders at random. In the truest sense, he was killing like it was a game to see who would be saved and who would be saved and who would be killed.
さて、次は誰を狙うかに。
Well then, who will we go for next, yeah?
Ten looked at Kyrie for a second. In that second, Kyrie was prepared for her own death. But when she readied her her golden bow in midair, 410 was looking at someone else over Kyrie's shoulder. Though as imprudent as it was, Kyrie felt as though she had been saved. Again, an ugly, exploding popping sound rang throughout the room. Who was it this time? When Kyrie turned to face the direction of the sound, he saw blood gushing out like a fountain, and Ava lying on her husband's chest. Oh, was it Ava? Of course, her face had been half smashed, just like her husband's. Yep. Called it. Ava was one of the ones that died. 410 had mercilessly targeted Ava as she'd clung to her husband's corpse, sobbing.
兄さんを離して。兄さんを離しなさい。もうやめてお父様。こんな残酷なことはもうやめて。
Let go of Nissan. Let go of Nissan. Just stop it, Father. Just stop this brutality.
Run away, Rosa! Man. Is this... I feel like this is the second time Kraus has died, like, telling the other people to go away, or to get away. Didn't he die once like this before? Telling somebody to get away or something? But yeah, it seems like whenever it comes down to it, Kraus does care about the others. Oh, he seems like an okay guy. When you're not trying to wheedle money out from him. Although he's still not the best parent, though. He's not a bad guy. Yeah, Kraus is pretty much the role of the older brother. He's made mistakes, but he ain't bad. Rosa's objection didn't reach Kinzo as he continued to laugh loudly in the blood-spattered dining hall, and she wasn't able to lessen Krause's pain at being lifted up by the nape of the neck by 00. So Rosa had no choice but to use force. She lifted up a chair beside her and gave a warning.
Father, order her to let go of Nissan. Just stop them from doing this.
できぬな。それを望むならば、お前の自らの力で阻止するがよい。自らの運命は自らの手で切り開け。常に誰かの背に隠れ、怯えてきたお前に宿る人生最後の国旗を見せてみよう。
I cannot. If that is what you desire, then prevent it using your own power. Cut a path through to your own fate with your own hands. You who have always hid behind the backs of others in fear. Let me see you overcome your weakness one last time in your life.
The chair that Rosa had lifted up swung down at the father who had reigned as a symbol of terror for her entire life. It was the greatest and final act of bravery and self-control in Rosa's life. Oh, she's dead. What Kinzo had said might have been true. If she had grasped that courage much sooner, her life might have become more free, unrestrained by anyone else. Then there was a bursting sound. The sound of Rosa's chair fiercely hitting Kinzo. Could not have been this. Debated. With the chair still lifted up, she neatly lost half of her head and slumped over. Still holding Krause up with one hand, 00 had struck her other hand out toward Rosa. The golden snake released from that arm had constricted Rosa in a helix and smashed into her head.
防衛射撃資金弾の無礼をお詫びするであります。
Defensive firing. I apologize for the discourtesy of shooting so close to you, sir.
That sounded like a gunshot, by the way. Huh. I thought magic wasn't supposed to use guns.
これで6人であるか。
I care not. So this makes 6 people.
はい、ゴールドスミス卿。これで6人であります。
Yes, Lord Goldsmith. This makes 6 people.
When she indifferently communicated that, 00 let go of Krause, who she had been lifting up this whole time.
第一の番の生贄はエヴァにルドルフにローザ、夏日、秀吉、そして源氏であるか。
Indeed. Though the sacrifices of the first twilight were Eva, Rudolph, Rosa, Natsui, Hideyoshi, and Genji.
It was a massacre that happened in an instant. The interior of the dining hall had been dirtied by blood spatter, and the 6 unlucky victims lay with their heads brutally exposed. Extremely random comment. He said those names in order of rank. Eva, Rudolph, Rosa, Natsuki, Hideyoshi, and Genji. This is true. Interesting. Or wait. Well, yeah. Yeah. 6 unlucky victims lay with their heads brutally exposed. In a way that was fitting for that abnormal space, Kinzo's abnormal laugh laugh alone echoed out.
いよいよに幕を開けたぞ。ベアトリーチェを蘇らせる儀式の始まりだ。
The curtain has finally risen. The ceremony to revive Beatrice has begun.
運よく第一の番を逃れた者たちに我が友人たちを紹介しようではないか。いでよ、我が友よ。ロノウェイ。
You lucky ones who have managed to escape the first twilight, allow me to introduce you to my friends. Arise, my friend, Ronove.
When Kinzo called Ronove's name, the demon butler showed himself in midair, bowing respectfully. Ronove. Okay, nothing new here.
Minasama gata, hajimemashite. そしてご無沙汰の皆様におかれましてはごきげんよう。これはまた派手に散らかされましたよって。
Pleased to meet you, everyone. And a good day to those of you I haven't seen for a long time. It seems this place is once again spectacularly untidy.
よいわ。我が白昼夢のごとき日々を覚ますにはこの程度の刺激が必要だ。
Pay it no mind. It takes a stimulant of this level to wake me from my daydream-like days.
紹介しよう。我が友人であり、頼れる執事であり、72柱の大悪魔であるロの上だ。
Allow me to introduce my friend, a reliable butler and one of the 72 great demons, Ronove.
以後、お見知りおき。
I am pleased to make your acquaintance. You know, I feel like he's gonna continue killing them. Like, but I don't know. He's doing it in order at the very least. So he killed 6 normally, but he'd need the 7 stakes, 7 sisters, to continue. So is he going to summon them? I mean, from the way he was talking, it sounded like he was gonna kill everybody and then go talk to the kids. And they weren't letting anybody leave. But yeah, I feel like he's gonna kill everybody here. I feel like he's gonna keep going. Who is he making that introduction to? Kraus and Kyrie, who were still lying down on their backsides, and Nanjo, Goda, and Kumasawa could only look up at this middle-aged gentleman they didn't know in shock. Only Shannon and Cannon seemed to recognize him, and they bowed deeply.
源氏には挨拶が叶いませんでしたか。せめて苦痛なく役目を終えられたなら良いのですが。
So, I wasn't able to greet Genji. I hope he was at least able to fulfill his purpose painlessly.
頭部直撃弾にて即死でした。苦痛を味わう暇もありません。
It was an instant death from a direct hit to the head. He didn't have time to feel the pain.
そうですか。結構です。
Is that so? Very well.
続けて友を紹介しよう。いでよ、我が友ワルギリア。
Allow me to introduce another friend. Arise, my friend, Virgilia.
Once again, a silhouette of someone the relatives didn't know appeared from empty space. Darn you, Virgilia! She appeared in a refined dress while making an elegant greeting.
召喚を感謝します、親方様。許されるならば、このような血生臭き場に呼び出されたくはありませんでしたが。
Thank you for summoning me, Master. Although I would rather not have been summoned into a bloody place such as this.
こやつも紹介しよう。我が友であり、頼れる相談役でもあるワルギリアだ。偉大なる有限の魔女であるお前の力を我が儀式に借りたい。その力を貸せ。
Allow me to introduce her too. This is both my friend and a reliable counselor, Virgilia. I desire to borrow your great power as the Witch of the Finite. Lend it to me.
お断りしようにも、あなたの強力な召喚霊族下にある身では、それも叶いません。御意に、親方様。
Even if I tried to refuse, such a thing wouldn't be permitted for one subordinated by the power of your summonings. As you wish, Master. Oh, okay, so we got Virgilia. Oh, okay, yep, the Seven Sisters of Purgatory appeared early. All of the goats. Or wait, were the Seven Sisters there already in the corner? I forget. All the goats. Virgilia. A now retired Endless Witch and Beatrice. Well, yeah, is there anything new here? Guess not. Well, it's the same. Okay.
それにしても恐ろしいお方だ。シエスタの姉妹兵を3人も召喚し、私に加え、さらにワルギリア様までも召喚せしめるとは。召喚という能力においてのみとはいえ、お嬢様をもはるかに上回るとは恐ろしい。後ろ宮の地に戦慄を覚えます。
Still, what a fearsome fellow. To think that he summoned 3 of the Chester Sisters Corps, then me, and even Virgilia. Even though it's only in the area of summoning, to think that he surpasses Milady so thoroughly. How frightening. I can't help but shudder at the Ushiromiya blood.
ベアトリーチェ復活の儀式を執り行うために、私は召喚師としての全てを尽くすだろう。まだ足りぬな。この度の儀式の完璧なる遂行のために、さらに召喚しよう。
In order to carry out Beatrice's resurrection ceremony, I shall give it all. I shall give it my all as a summoner. This still isn't enough. In order to perfectly succeed in the ceremony this time, I shall summon more.
ペンドラゴンの記念碑に、炉の上にワルギリア。まだ呼べるぞ。我が魔力ならまだまだ呼べる。我が召喚に応えよ。72柱が一人、ガープよ。
The Pendragon Memorial Troops and Ronove and Virgilia. I can still call more. With my magical power, I can still call many more. Answer to my summons, one of the 72 demons, Gath.
Oh, yeah, I was gonna say, he has to call the Seven Sisters of Purgatory at some point, because it can't continue without them. But are we gonna see Gap for the first time? What it actually looks like?
ガープをあれまでも権限できるというのですか？
Gap? You can even materialize her?
さらにこの島の侵食が進んだということでしょう。私たちが権限できているほどです。今さらどんな大悪魔が呼び出せたとしても驚くには値しますまい。
It probably means that the corrosion has advanced even more on this island. It had already proceeded far enough to materialize us. By now, we shouldn't be surprised no matter how great a demon he summons. Again with the corruption, or corrosion.
もはや六軒島は完全に異世界に飲み込まれているということですか？彼が屈服しないと良いのですが。
Has Rakanjima already been completely sucked into a parallel world then? I hope he does not surrender. Must be talking about Battler. But why would she hope he doesn't surrender? Because she knows that would be bad for Beatrice if she wins? Because then Lambda Delta would be upset? I would almost think that she cares about Battler, but that can't be. Never trusting her again.
前回たっぷり入れ知恵をなされたでしょう。この程度では今さら屈服しますまい。おそらくですが。さて、私たちはこの舞台を楽しもうではありませんか。今回の主人公はどうやら親方様のようだ。お嬢様とは一味違った脚本に期待しましょう。
You learned a lot less last time, correct? After all this time, he won't surrender over this much. Probably, I should say. Well then, shall we enjoy the stage we now stand upon? It seems the main character is the master this time. Let us expect a script of a different flavor than Milady's. Wow, what the? When Kinzo strongly concentrated his magical power, a pale light gathered into the empty air, twisted, and a magic circle was drawn there with a deep red glow. New character time? Whoa. And with a sound like glass breaking, a new demon could be seen there. That is one of the outfits of all time.
よくぞ我が呼びかけに応えた。72柱の大悪魔が一つ、ガープよ。
You did well to answer to my call. Gop, one of the 72 great demons.
Gop is not actually on the fighting game? Huh. I don't know what she does exactly yet. I mean, Gop is the one that makes spatial transfer possible, right? Supposedly. Allegedly. This is some interesting music, by the way. This music's called Happy Maria? It's interesting. The music has like a sort of a clowny vibe to it. Like a mysterious clown. It's a lyrics version. Oh, interesting. Oh, and there's the noise. Gop. one of the 72 great demons, also Beatrice's friend. When a magician demands it, she grants the ability of instantaneous movement. Yeah. Honestly, the outfit makes me think a little bit of, yeah, ReZero Beato. Although, hers is much less risky. Oh, is hers pink? I forget. I can't picture it correctly. She uses this extraordinary power for playing pranks mostly. Her specialty is hiding keys and bags during busy mornings. However, in the context of closed-room mysteries, this power becomes an ultimate weapon that can easily strike a finishing blow. Her queen bee strikes are likely to pierce any and all detectives, forcing them to surrender. Okay, so I can't pull this up at the same time, I guess. But so we have this versus ReZero Beatrice. I feel like they have a very similar feel. But yeah, Gap is more, or has less fabric. Yeah. I don't know, they just give me the same feel. Sort of. Anyway. Here's a couple example lines from the music. In the Promised Party, the very sin, easy come, breaking the darkness jaws. No breeze, your must, a crazy, the everything in a roll. I'm feeling my broken your show. What? I feel like I just had a stroke reading that. Those are some of the lyrics of all time. Aha. I see. Unofficial. Not completely sure. Okay. Something like that. Yeah, that I cannot make sense of that. Huh. Okay. Anyway.
すごいところに呼び出されたものね。
I was not expecting that voice.
この血まみれの部屋を掃除するために私は呼び出されたのかしら？ゴールドスミス。
This is one hell of a place you've summoned me to. Did you call me to clean up this blood-stained room, Goldsmith?
Happy Maria lyric. What in the world? What in the world? Uh-huh. Okay, that fired. Oh, real and magical gun when lost. What in the world? None of these make sense. What? Oh my goodness. Uh-huh. Well, I mean, does the lyric version come up in the game? Or, well, in the visual novel at some point? I mean, then we can hear it and understand what the heck is going on here. Or rather, continue not understanding. I think it does? Okay. I can't wait to be completely baffled by that. A literally devilish woman, blah, blah, wrapped in a venomous, ominous costume, looked at the scene which should have made her cover her eyes, and twisted her mouth in a grin.
そのためだけにあなたを呼び出すとしたら、カシミヤのマフラーで雑巾掛けをするようなものですよ。
To summon you for such a reason would be like using a cashmere muffler to mop up the floor.
お久しぶりですね、ガープ。あなたのような大悪魔がとうとうこの島に現れてしまうなんて。いよいよこの島も幻想に沈むのでしょうか。
It's been a long time, Gap. To think that a great demon such as yourself has finally appeared on this island. Perhaps this island is finally submerging completely into fantasy.
部屋の惨状よりもこの豪華キャストの方が驚くべきね。シエスタ姉妹が3人もいて、大悪魔ロの上に大魔女マルギリアに私まで。
This all-star cast is even more surprising than the gruesome state of the room. A full 3 Chester sisters, the great demon Ronove, the great witch Vergilia, and even me.
これは何事？ここはパンデモニウム？地獄の演奏会でも始めるつもりかしら。なるほど。そこで指揮棒が震えるのはあなたぐらいしか思いつかないわ、ゴールドスミス。
What's going on? Is this pandemonium? Are you trying to start a concert from hell or something? I see. As a conductor for that, I couldn't think of anyone better than you, Goldsmith.
そなたにはベアトリーチェを蘇らせる我が儀式遂行のための進行役として協力してもらう。我が召喚契約に依存はないな。
I will have your assistance as facilitator in the completion of my ceremony to resurrect Beatrice. You have no objections to my summoning contract, correct?
依存も何も。天下の大魔女ベアトリーチェを刺激した伝説の大召喚師ゴールドスミス教の召喚霊族に私が抗えるわけもない。
Of course not. There's no way I could resist the subordinating power of the legendary great summoner, Lord Goldsmith, who forced the famous great witch Beatrice to do his bidding.
協力はするわよ。もちろん見合ったお題もいただくけどね。で、最初の仕事は
I'll assist you, although I will of course ask a fitting price. So, what's my first job?
第一の番を免れた間抜けどもを捕らえよ。幸いにもここにはまだ7人いるではないか。南條にシャノンにカノン、ゴーダに熊沢、キリエにクラウス。
Capture the cowards who made it through the first twilight. Fortunately, there are still 7 here, aren't there? Nanjo, Shannon, Cannon, Goda, Kumasawa, Kyrie, and Kraus.
ほう、この7人を丸々生贄に捧げればちょうど13人だ。第二の番以降を実行するタイミングが訪れるまで生贄の檻に放り込んでおくがよかろう。
Oh, if these 7 are all offered as sacrifices, that's exactly 13 people. Until it's time for the second and later twilights to be carried out, throw them into the cage of sacrifices.
Okay, so he's not killing them all right now. But he's trapping them and will kill them, like, every hour or whatever. Okay. Or, well, no, it's not every hour. Is it? Oh, no. Because it, like, lasts a whole day after this. When is it time for the second and later twilights to be carried out? How do they time this?
カシミヤの雑巾がけね。了解したわ。
A cashmere mop, huh? Understood. As Gap shrugged her shoulders, she looked at Kraus, who was still down on his butt. She glared. Then, when she snapped her fingers, Kraus was swallowed up by the floor, as though a round pitfall had opened up beneath him.
いっちゃ上がり。
One down. There was no hole in the floor, but it had certainly looked as though Kraus had been swallowed up by a hole and disappeared. Searching for her next prey, Gop's gaze crossed Kyrie's. She snapped her fingers. Kyrie jumped back as though repelled. Her instincts had been right. After all, in the place where she'd been until a second ago, a round, jet-black hole had appeared. Same kind that swallowed up Kraus. However, before she could catch her balance, another pitfall appeared and swallowed her up. Even Kyrie had no way of eluding Gop's capture. Oh. That was so derpy. When she snapped her fingers again, a shocked Nanja was swallowed up by the floor and disappeared. When she did it again, 410 let out a short yell and jumped back. This time, a slightly larger pitfall had opened, swallowing both Shannon and Cannon, who had been standing in a line by the door. But because 410 had jumped away from the door, the way was no longer blocked. Instinctively aware that he would be next, Goda dashed out through that door. Of course, Kumasawa also escaped with lightning speed, chasing after Goda. Wow, 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 wow. As Gop snapped her fingers over and over, round, jet-black pitfalls opened one after another behind them, chasing them. However, they did nothing but drive the recklessly fleeing pair away, and couldn't swallow them up. Goda and Kumasawa had escaped in a matter of seconds.
鈍ったわ。二人逃がした。
I've gotten slow. I let two get away.
ご安心を。逃走目標を捕捉中であります。
Don't worry, we are currently locking on to the escapee targets.
データリンクよし。にひ。狙撃しますか？
Data link ready. Shall we snipe?
いいえ、それは許可できませんよ。貴重な生贄です。親方様の許可を待つように。
No, I cannot authorize that. They are precious sacrifices. Wait for the Master's authorization.
大ゴールドスミス卿、
Right, Lord Goldsmith. We await your orders.
第二の晩の訪れにはまだ早いと我が魔力の源泉がささやいておるわ。今はならぬ。好きにさせてやれ。どうせこの島からは逃げられぬわ。
It is still too soon for the coming of the second twilight, is what the source of my magical power is whispering to me. It must not be done now. Let them do as they please. It isn't as though they can escape from this island.
親方様の魔力の源泉とはすなわちノイズとリスクと生んだ虫。つまりは気まぐれというわけですか？
The source of the Master's magical power is noise and risk and tests of luck. In other words, it means being fickle, it would seem.
そうとも言うかもしれぬ。ガープ、ご苦労であった。儀式はこのまま着実に進めよ。
Perhaps you could also put it that way. Good work, Gap. Let us steadily advance the ceremony from here on.
さて、それはそれとして、次は我が孫たちだ。次期当主たる資格があるかどうかを試す。はてさて、どうやってその資質を確かめたものか。
Well then, that is that. Next are my grandchildren. I will test them to see whether they are qualified to become my successor. Let's see. How shall I test their qualifications?
その資格があると判断されたなら、ベアとの復活を断念されるおつもりで？
If you decide that they're qualified, do you intend to abandon Beato's resurrection?
無論だ。にもかかわらず試す。女の身にはわからぬであろうな。この矛盾、我が狂気など。
Of course. And despite that, I will test them. Perhaps a woman cannot understand that contradiction, nor my madness.
相変わらず男ってどこか変ね。リスクを遊ぶという概念、わかりかねるわ。
Well, apparently, men are weird as ever. I don't get the very concept of playing around with risk.
おやおや、あなたはそういうのが大好きかと思っておりましたが。
Oh my? And I thought you loved that sort of thing.
もちろんよ。男に危険なリスクと一緒に恋をささやかれたらキュンキュンしちゃうわ。ただしイケメンに限る。
Of course. If a man whispers to me about dangerous risks and love, I go head over heels. But only if he's hot. Okay.
お静かに。死後は慎むように。
Be quiet. Try to refrain from whispering.
実にかしましい奴らだ。だが少なくとも退屈はせぬ。これだから召喚は愉快なのだ。そなたらには我が儀式のノイズとリスクの天秤の片側を担ってもらうぞ。その働きに期待している。
Truly noisy women. But at least they aren't boring. This is what makes summoning so pleasant. All of you will bear one side of the scales of noise and risk. by ceremony. That is the work I expect of you.
6 brutally murdered corpses lay in the dining hall, and it was contaminated with red, gruesome decorations. It was now unimaginable that, until just a second ago, 13 humans had been arranged here in a well-organized manner. Kinzo lined up the famous demons and their subordinates, loudly declared the beginning of a night of overwhelming mass murders, and swore to himself that he would certainly revive Beatrice and open the door to the Golden Land.
待たせたな。これにて第一の番、いよいよ開幕。金蔵め、相変わらず派手を好む男よ。付きまとわれればしつこいことこの上なき男も、舞台の上ではこれほどまでに映えるというのか。
Sorry to keep you waiting. Now the curtain finally rises on the first twilight. That Kinzo, I see he loves being flashy as usual. So even that man who can be more persistent than anything when he follows you around, and shines so when on the stage.
くそ、相変わらず黒い殺し方ばかりしやがって。頭部半壊だ。てめえら魔女ども悪魔どもの悪趣味には相変わらずうんざりさせられるぜ。
Damn. Always killing in grotesque ways as usual. Smashing half of their heads? The bad taste you witches and demons have always... The bad taste you witches and demons have always pisses me off.
頭部半壊。なるほど。これまでのゲームで一番理想的な殺し方がこれだと気づいたわけね。
Smashing half of their heads. I see. So she's realized that in the games up until now, that's been the most ideal method of killing.
理想的？このひでえ殺し方がどう理想的だってんだ。
Ideal? How is such a grotesque way of killing ideal?
実に理想的じゃない。一番最初のゲームを思い出してみるといい。
Isn't it though? Try and remember the very first game. Hey there, Gap. Suddenly appearing here.
お前はさっき登場しやがった新しい悪魔とかいうやつか。くそ、また魔女の侵食が進んでろくでもないやつが増えたというわけなのか。
You. So you're that new demon or whatever that just appeared. Damn. So does this mean that the witch's corrosion continued? And there are now even more creeps wandering around? The more the witch's corrosion advances, the more Rakanjima tilts toward the spirit world. That's why strange, insane people keep appearing one by one. The island has been closed off by the typhoon, so no human can leave it, much less appear as a new character and to increase their numbers. But the more the corrosion advances, the more witches and demons can appear without limit, increasing one by one. By now, there might be more demons than humans among the characters appearing in this insane tale. Their numbers might be the thing that represents this mad corrosion. Yeah, I'm sure that's true. And the corrosion hasn't just affected the number of people, but apparently their fashion sense as well. How many fantasy characters are we at? Let's see. 1, 2, 3. If we count all of the goats as 1, 4. The 7 sisters puts us up to 11. 12, 13, 14. Well, I don't know if we count Maria and Goldsmith. So let's say 13. I don't know if we count Ange. So 14 with Burn Costal. The 3 Chester sisters is 17. 18 with Sakataro. Yeah. I mean, we could sort of say Ange, maybe? I don't know. Oh yeah, if we count Ange, Maria. Oh, and then there's Ava Beatrice, who's not here right now. And Goldsmith, that's 4 more. That'd be 22. Say at least Ava should be counted. So 19 at least. Yeah, especially since Ava Beatrice was her own character. She wasn't really Ava. I guess. I don't know. Yeah, so we have more... Well... Although for the non-magical side, we also now have Kasumi and Otsuki, Tetsuro and Amakusa. Juza. I would sort of count Ange as both fantasy and not. She's one for both. I don't know. If we count the extras, then they're around even still. Yeah. Well, they're even if you count Maria and Goldsmith. Yes. They're sort of different versions. But if you don't count them, then we actually have more humans. So either way, it's really close. Anyway, affected their fashion sense as well. Lol. Lamau. If the corrosion advances any further, and even more weird people appear, just what in the world will they be wearing? So scary, I can't imagine. I see Battler still has time to make jokes. Oh, seriously? Give me a break. Don't make these weird guys increase in number anymore.
そうはいかんぞ。まだまだ増やすぞ。人間どもの語るクローズドサークルなる間抜けなルールをわらわがいくらでも怪我してやろうぜ。よく来たな。我が優雅なるゲーム。ガープよ。
I can't do that. They'll keep increasing more and more. I'll defile the foolish closed circle rule humans speak of over and over again. Welcome to my elegant game, Gap.
お久しぶりね、リーチェ。お元気だった？というか随分元気そうじゃない。あなた若返った？私が知ってる頃より2、300歳は若々しいわ。ああ、なるほど。
Been a long time, Riche. Have you been well? Why do I ask? You look great. Have you gotten younger? You look 200 or 300 years younger than when I last saw you. Ah, I see. The demon grandfather had summoned and introduced his Gop. Took a glance at me, and then grinned as though she'd figured something out on her own. That smile felt openly obscene.
レアとの友人らしいな。
Oh.
ってことは輪をかけてろくでもねえやつってわけだ。しかしクローズドサークルがなんとかって言ってやがったが、どういう意味だ？
I guess she's Biyuto's friend, which means she's gotta be a creep among creeps. By the way, they were saying something about a closed circle or whatever. What does that mean? Riche. Biyuto's name is Riche? Or original name? Hmm.
今の六軒島のような外界から断絶された場所で起こる連続殺人ミステリーはクローズドサークルとも呼ばれるわ。外界からの断絶、つまりは閉じられた輪の世界というわけ。故に登場人物と容疑者は限定されるのが一般的。
Serial murder mystery novels that occur in places isolated from the outside world, like Rokkenjima is now, are sometimes called closed circles. Since such a place is isolated from the outside, it's like a circle that's closed. Therefore, in general, the characters and suspects are limited in number.
にもかかわらず、新しい容疑者候補が次々に輪の外から追加されていくのはミステリーの作法に反する。つまり、人間とミステリーに対する魔女の冒涜ってつもりなんでしょうよ。
Having new suspect candidates added on one after another from the outside or from outside the circle goes against the etiquette of mystery novels. In other words, the witch is probably trying to desecrate humans and the mystery genre itself.
あなたがグレーテル？なるほど。賢い子みたいね。そういう子は好きよ。舌が甘くてとろけるから。
You're Gretel. I see. You look like a wise kid. I love kids like you. You taste so sweet and tantalizing.
気色悪い。冗談は服だけにしておいて。
Gross. Keep the jokes to your clothing. Oh! Get wrecked.
デビリッシュ・プリティの最新作、ジャック・ザ・リッパー・クリスマス・ブラッド。人間界の田舎娘には理解できないセンスでごめんね。
It's Devilish Pretty's newest, Jack the Ripper, Christmas Blood. Sorry for having a style that a country bumpkin from the human world couldn't understand, okay?
通気性がいいのだけは理解できたわ。ついでに頭にも切れ目を入れたら脳みその通気性も良くなるかもね。
At least we know it's well ventilated. Why don't you add a gap to the head part as well? Let a little air into your brain.
ガープは魔界の流行にいつも敏感でな。しかし今年の流行りも実に大胆だ。わらわも一度ぜひ取り寄せてみるとしよう。
Gap is always sensitive to the fashions of the spirit world, but this year's fad is truly is bold. I think I'll order one sometime.
リーチにはアリグレがおすすめね。アリス&ザ・グレーブヤード。今度一緒に666にお洋服見に行きましょうよ。たまには魔界にもいらっしゃいな。
For you, Riche, I'd recommend Allegre, Alice in the Graveyard. Let's go to 666 sometime to look at the clothes. You really should drop by the spirit world every now and then.
このゲームを終えたらぜひそうしようぜ。
When this game is over, I'll be sure to do that.
それにしてもリーチの対戦相手のお二人はなかなか可愛いな。
Still, your two opponents are pretty cute, Riche.
この子なら頭部半壊死体にどういう意味があるか察しがつきそうね。わかる？お嬢ちゃん。
It looks like this kid has figured out the meaning of the corpses with their heads half smashed. Know what that is, girl?
さっきこいつは 一番最初のゲームを思い出せと言ったな。どういう意味だ？
Just now, she told me to remember the first game. What did that mean?
言葉通りの意味を、一番最初のゲームの第一の番を思い出して。大人たちの死体が魔法陣の描かれた園芸倉庫の中で発見された時のことよ。覚えてる？
Just what it sounds like. Remember the first twilight of the very first game? When the adults' corpses were found in the gardening shed with the magic circle drawn on it? Remember? Episode 1. The First Twilight. Kraus, Rudolph, Kyrie, Rosa, Shannon, and Goda. All 6 of them had their heads pulverized and died.
あの時、あそこには2種類の死体があったわ。それは顔面を粉砕された死体と側面を粉砕された死体の2種類。
At that time, there were 2 types of corpses. Some had their faces pulverized, and some had half of their faces pulverized.
そうだ。顔面粉砕はルドルフ、キリエ、ローズ、ゴーダの4人。側頭部粉砕はクラウス、シャノンの2人だ。わらわもあの時点では気まぐれに生み出した2種類の死体であったが、より残忍な死体である前者の方がわらわにとってむしろ不利であることに気づいたのだ。
That's right. The ones with their faces smashed were Rudolph, Kyrie, Rosa, and Goda. The ones with the sides of their heads smashed were Kraus and Shannon. At the time, I ficklily created 2 types of corpses, but I realized that the former, more atrocious type was actually disadvantageous for me.
ベアトにとって不利。そうか。そういうことか。
Disadvantageous for you? I see. So that's what this is. That's right. The smashed faces might look atrocious, but that made it hard to confirm the identity of each person. For example, at that time, Uncle Kraus and Shannon had their heads half smashed. That alone was atrocious enough, but because half of their faces remained, it was easy to confirm their identities. Dad and the other 3 were different. Because his face had been completely destroyed, even I, as his son, could only guess by inference that it had to be Dad because of his clothes and the like. In short, it remained vague until the end whether that had really been Dad's corpse.
第1のゲームの時にも、もしも推理バトルが行われてたなら、俺は多分、親父たちの死体を本人確認不能のため、偽装死体の可能性もあると主張していたかもしれない。何しろ、あのゲームの時には、ベアとは一切赤での発言もしていない。
If this reasoning battle had taken place during the first game as well, I probably would have claimed that since the identities of Dad and the rest's bodies were impossible to confirm, there was a possibility that one was a fake corpse. After all, Beato didn't state anything in red during that game.
お上手よ。それで正解。偽装師はミステリーの基本の一つ。たとえ医者に検証させたとしても、犯人とグルを疑われればその結果は信用できない。つまり確実な死を保証できない死体は常に魔女サイドを不利にするということ。
Well done. Correct. A fake death is one of the basics of the mystery genre. Even if you make a doctor examine the corpse, you can't trust the results if you suspect him of being the culprit's accomplice. Therefore, corpses that can't guarantee a death for certain are always disadvantageous for the witch's side.
あらゆる死体について偽装死を疑い、その後の事件の犯人に想定することができる。バトラの嫌う手だけど、魔女に対する最も初歩的な一手
You can suspect fake deaths for all corpses, hypothesizing that one or more of them is the culprit for the crimes that follow. It's a move Battler doesn't like, but it's the most elementary move to use against a witch.
ああ、そうだ。だからベアとは赤を使い出した。赤き真実で完璧な検視を行うようになったんだ。
Yeah, that's right. That's why Beato started using the red. With the red truth, she can carry out a perfect autopsy.
そういうことだ。本来ならばこの第一の番の惨劇に対し、わらわはすぐにでも赤き真実にてこの度の6人の死亡を確定させるところである。しかし知っての通り、今回のわらわの戦闘はこれまでとは正反対、赤き真実の兵糧攻めといったところ。
That's how it is. Normally, for the first Twilight, I would use the red truth right away, confirming the deaths of these 6. However, as you know, my battle strategy this time is the complete opposite of previous games, and I'll now use red truth starvation tactics.
そなたが反撃の拠り所にしようとする以上、わらわは容易には赤を使わない。必要最低限の赤にてたった一箇所だけほころびさせればいい。つまりわらわは究極的に言えば、そなたのあらゆる密室の推理についてあらゆる暴言を許せども、そのうちの一つをたった一回の赤き真実にて打ち破るだけで良いわけだ。
Since you use it as a grounding from which to counterattack, I will no longer use the red easily. I'll make you come apart at the seams by using red in just a single place, as rarely as possible. In the end, it means I will permit all rants regarding your guesswork for all the closed rooms. And I only have to smash one of those once with the red truth.
散々俺をいたぶってきやがったくせに、俺が反撃に使い出したら今度は引っ込めやがったってわけだ。ふざけやがってよ。
Even though you've always teased me, once I start counterattacking, you now hold back up inside your shell. Quit kidding around.
とにかく赤を使いたくない。蹴っちりたい。バトラーをいじめてやりたい。しかし赤を使わずに確実なる死を保証するにはどうすればよいのか。わらわは悩みに悩んだわけだ。そのアイデアをガープがくれた。実に簡単な方法だったのだ。
At any rate, I do not want to use the red. I want to be stingy. I want to bully Battler. But how could I guarantee a death for certain without using red? I worried and worried over it. Then, Gop gave me an idea. It truly is a simple method.
当たり前なことを言ったらリーチがひらめいただけよ。私は誰にでも容易に身元の判別と完全なる死が理解できる死体を用意すればいいと言っただけ。
I just pointed out something obvious and you hit upon the idea, Richie. I simply said that you only had to create corpses whose identity could be distinguished, and whose complete death would be understood.
つまりはその2つを合体させたわけよ。身元の判別に必要な顔と完全なる死の象徴である魂の器たる頭部の粉砕。この2つを左右ぴったりきれいに合体させたらあら不思議。この頭部半壊死体がパーフェクトであるという答えが出たわけだ。
In short, I put those two things together. The face, which is necessary to distinguish their identity, and the pulverization of the head, the vessel for the soul, which is the perfect symbol of death.
When I put those two parts neatly together... Ah, wonderful. I came up with the perfect answer of corpses with their heads half smashed.
お前絶対二色パンとか二色アイスが好きだろ。欲張りな子供市民丸出しだぜ。
I'll bet you love two-colored bread and two-colored ice cream. You're just like a greedy kid.
いずれにせよ、たとえ頭部が半壊していたとしても、現時点では彼らが死んだとみなすべきではないわ。
At any rate, even if half of their heads are smashed, we shouldn't assume that they're dead at this point in time.
分かってる。ベアトがもったいぶって赤での宣言を拒む以上、全ては疑ってかかるべきだな。もちろん、シエスタの太もも姉ちゃんたちの魔法殺人だって、鵜呑みになんか絶対しねえぜ。
I get it. Since Beato is trying to act tough and is refusing to say anything in red, we've got to suspect everything. Of course, I'm definitely not going to swallow the theory of magical mass murder by the Chister-ass Nachans. Is that pun? Chester ass? Like, I know people debate that. I wonder if he's making a pun. Oh my. Don't think so? Just... Oh, that's a weird place to put ass otherwise. Is what? Because if you, like, add ass to something, you're describing. So, I sort of think it must be a pun. Yeah. Now you get it. Yeah. I mean, that is in line with Battler's humor. Well. Oh, he calls the stakes ass Nachans too? Oh, okay.
本当に慎重になったこと。最初のゲームの頃だったなら何でもかんでも鵜呑みにしてくれていたのにね。
You sure have gotten prudent. If this were the first game, you would have swallowed everything.
公的種はこうでなくては面白くないというものよ。今は赤がないことを幸いに。自由な想像を広げ、好きに推理を重ねるがいい。一番最後、一番美味しいところで、バッサリと赤き真実にて叩き切ってくれようぞ。
I wouldn't have anything less from a rival. Since there is fortunately no red now, he can imagine whatever he wants and reason over and over again as he likes. At the very end, at the very sweetest spot, I'll cut him down at once with the red truth.
Oh my. And that seems like a perfect place to stop for the night. Here. Oh, there's Rosa. So I guess they're in the cell area. Let's save here. Final part of page 4. We still got a whole nother page. Are we gonna use it? We'll have to see next time. Did Rosa die? Wait. Oh yeah, Rosa died. Yeah, because that was her final act of defiance or whatever. Huh? Oh, Maybe they're playing into the can't believe anybody's dead. Oh boy. Yeah, we got a cliffhanger. Oh my. Well, in the meantime, if anybody is interested in my Discord, YouTube, or Twitter, there are links to them. Chat. And you can always find the links in my About section, or under the About section, under the Socials banner. Let's see. Yeah, tomorrow we got more Wolong Fallen Dynasty. I tell you what, I was playing some more Remnant from the Ashes after, or well, yesterday evening. I was doing like reruns of that one area. I couldn't find the well, I was not lucky enough to spawn the boss that I wanted to fight with the supposed to drop some kind of black hole sniper rifle. Edge. That sounds really cool and I want it. But man, I came across some really annoying bosses that I was trying to do the different ways to kill. But I beat them eventually. Anyway. I don't know, we might see more Remnant from the Ashes like next Sunday, because I feel like it's going to take me a while to finish. We'll just have to see what happens during the week, if any other games pop up or anything. But yeah, for tomorrow, more Wolong, and Thursday as well. And then Friday's Library of Ruina. But in the meantime, thanks for being here. Hope you have a good rest of your day, night, whatever, wherever you are. And I'll see you around. Bye-bye.